St. Clair College Online Education System. The leading edge in online education system. In times of epidemiological status, the St. Clair College of Caloocan observes the overall directives of the Administrators, Department of Education, Commission on Higher Education and the Interagency Task Force. The school assures to the parents and learners the service to re-engineer a safe and healthy learning environment in the midst of COVID-19. It serves as one of the tasks and responsibilities of the school to recalibrate various modalities of learning delivery for the school year 2020 to 2021. The school's technological advancement provides solutions for the flexible learning. Specifically, online platform is highly recommended to be the front line among other modalities. It will evidently facilitate numerous interactive and remote activities that surely carry a wide range of interconnectivity. With the utmost dedication on its mission and vision, St. Clair of College continues to develop its ICT infrastructure and equipment. The school also aims to ensure learning continuity through K-12 curriculum adjustments, alignment of learning materials, deployment of multiple learning delivery modalities. The school's readiness serves as an essential factor to the continuous teaching and learning process of the school in the midst of COVID-19 pandemic. The present situation in the midst of the pandemic indicates that web-based flexible learning will become the most accepted mode of delivery. In the near future, it takes itself as an alternative to traditional face-to-face instruction, particularly in the basic education landscape, due to its potential of providing an increased access to education for more people, increased student engagement with the tutor, rich learning resources, peers, and external experts, and flexibility beyond the limits of classrooms without compromising quality. This is St. Clair College, headed by its chairman and president Dr. Clarita G. Ottolum, and duly recognized by the government, with the following recognitions, accreditations, and awards. Bureau of Immigration Accreditation to accept foreign students. AAFS number RAOIR 2012-048. Commission on Higher Education. Bachelor of Arts in Political Science. GR number 108. Bachelor of Secondary Education major in English and Mathematics. GR number 007. Bachelor of Elementary Education. GR number 008. Bachelor of Science in Computer Science. GR number 005. Bachelor of Science in Business Administration major in Management. GR number 013. Bachelor of Science in Hotel and Restaurant Management. GR number 063. Bachelor of Science in Tourism Management. GR number 038. Department of Education Senior High School Program. GP number SHS 0258. Track, Academic. Strand ABM and HUMS. GP number SHS 0258. Track, Arts and Design. Track, Sports Track. GP number SHS 0258. Track, Tech Vox Strand, ICT, Computer Programming and Animation. GP number SHS 0258. Track, Tech Vox Strand, HE, Food and Beverage Services, Bread and Pastry Production, Housekeeping, Tour Guiding Services, Travel Services, Caregiving. GP number SHS 0258. Department of Education Complete Nursery/Kindergarten Course. GR number P047. Complete Elementary Course. GR number E024. Complete Secondary Course. GR number S05. Technical Education and Skills Development Authority. Programming NC4. Computer Technicians Data Encoder. Computer Hardware Servicing. Hotel and Restaurant Servicing Housekeeping NC2. Commercial Cooking NC2. Food and Beverages Services NC2. Bartending NC2. Baking/Pastry Production Travel Services NC2. Front Office Services NC2. Tour Guiding Services NC2. Caregiver NC2. Call Center Agent NC2. Medical Transcription NC2. Household Services NC2. Emergency Medical Technician. UXCU Accredited Level 2 Accreditation. UXCU ACI Association of Christian Schools, Colleges, and Universities. Internationally Accredited Royal Institution, Singapore. RIO 2017000027. Award of Distinction FAPSA. Federation of Associations of Private Schools and Administrators. 2015 present. Award of Distinction Caprice. Caloocan Association of Private Schools. 2014-2019. Acer Academy Platinum Member Platinum Award. Acer Academy. PBA D-League Champion 2019. PBA D-League Foundation Cup Champion. St. Clair College. Mission, Vision, and Core Values. Vision. To become the leading institution for professional development and the first and foremost provider of quality, affordable and sustainable development education. Mission. To provide quality and excellent global education for the total development of a responsible, innovative, skillful, and professional global workforce whose values and dignity are beyond far. Core Values. St. Clair College of Caloocan aims to foster distinction and excellence in all the endeavors of the school community members. All stakeholders are envisioned to be imbued with enduring core values which define and shape the central beliefs and character of every genuine Clarion student, employee and administrator within and beyond the premises of the academic institution. Hereafter are the core values of St. Clair College. Star that shines. All members of the school community are encouraged to extremely remarkable standards in attaining excellence in every aspect of life, making them role models who possess values and character that are worth emulating. Truthfulness. Truthfulness is characterized by embracing honesty in thoughts, words, and deeds of all concerned individuals who are part of the school community. Compassion. Selflessness and genuine character for others, and instilled in Clarines through constant exposure to various academic, extracurricular, and co-curricular activities that will bring out their compassionate attitude. Love. Love for oneself, for others, and for noble causes are pivotal in cultivating a well-rounded individual who embodies unwavering desire and sustained commitment in every undertaking. Amiability. Displaying a friendly disposition and pleasant attitude towards other people inspires positive rapport and desirable outcomes. Righteousness. All concerned members are expected to uphold the ideals and moral principles of the institution as a reflection of their integrity and dignity. Ever loyal. Remaining steadfast to the ideals and the good name of the institution is a desirable impression ingrained in the minds and hearts of all the members of the school community. Qualities of a St. Clair graduates. Intellectual creativity, critical thinking, and innovativeness. Graduates can use their imagination as well as their rational thinking abilities and innovation, in order to adopt and adjust to the changing needs of the times both nationally and globally. Effective communication. Graduates are proficient and skillful in the 4 areas of communication: reading, writing, listening and speaking. They can use their skills in solving problems and articulating their thoughts when engaging with people in various situations. Leadership effectiveness and managerial skills. Graduates are developed to become the best professionals in their respective specializations by employing leadership competencies, managerial skills, and technical know-how. Sense of nationalism and global responsiveness. Graduates are nationalists and respect the values of global citizenship. Personal and professional ethical standard of excellence. Graduates demonstrate desirable strength of character and attitudes in their personal and professional endeavors. Quality service and collaboration. Graduates exemplify the potentialities of an efficient, responsible, and well-rounded professional committed to quality service, honest toil and collaboration. Adeptness in the use of information communication technology modern facilities. Graduates are skillful and knowledgeable in the use of digital learning devices facilities, including technical and numerical skills. Community engagement. Graduates assume an active role in organizing projects, programs, and activities to help and advance the interest and welfare of the people in their respective communities. Passionate to perpetual learning. Graduates are committed to continually advance their knowledge and technical skills in order to keep themselves abreast to the needs and challenges of their profession, both nationally and globally. Strong sense of spiritual and moral values. Graduates are morally and spiritually upright in their day-to-day undertakings. This is St. Clair College, the leading edge in online education system, and School of Life Skills, now signing on.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
channel of your peace. Where there's despair in life, let me bring hope. Where there is darkness, only light. And where there's sadness, ever joy. Oh, Master, grant that I may never seek so much to be consoled as to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love with all my soul. Make me a channel of your peace. It is in pardoning that we are pardoned, in giving to all men that we receive, and in dying that we're born to eternal life, and in dying that we're born to eternal life.
Hope of the future lies in our hand to greet tomorrow's dream. With just one voice we raise your name. Oh, hail our dear Saint Clair. Inspired by your dreams and aspirations, and goals for all humanity, we lift our voices, raise your banner, proclaim your cause on high. For your achievements and goals are a light to our path, the soul of all wisdom, and you're a model to us, those in need of your light, the hand in the Master's touch. Hope of the future lies in our hand to greet tomorrow's dream. With just one voice we raise your name. Oh, hail our dear Saint Clair. Inspired by your dreams and aspirations, and goals for all humanity, we lift our voices, raise your banner, proclaim your cause on high. For your achievements and goals are a light to our path, the soul of all wisdom, and you're a martyr to us, those in need of your light, the hand in the Master's touch. Oh, Hesita, Mamata. Oh, Saint Clair.
It is a rainy Saturday afternoon. Today is August 28, 2021, and we welcome you to the Senior High School Student and Parents Senior High School Voucher Program webinar. Only here and bringing you live via YouTube channel St. Clair College, the School of Life Skills and the leading edge in online education system. This is your teacher, DJ Adi. Welcome back to our dear parents and to our students, to St. Clair College entire community. Good afternoon, everyone. Ayan. Isa po talaga no, medyo maulan po sa labas, pero maraming salamat po sa inyo mga magulang no, dito sa atin sa St. Clair College na nagbigay ng kanilang oras. Kahit po on a weekend and it's really a rainy Saturday afternoon, tayo po ay nagsama-sama in God's grace. Kaya maraming salamat po sa pagsama nyo sa amin sa araw na ito. Siyempre po, no, araw na ito ay napaka-importante sa ating lahat dahil hindi po tayo makakapayag. Bago po magbukas ang school year 2021-2022, ay hindi po namin kayo makamusta. Siyempre, no, in this challenging times of pandemic, importante po sa amin na kayo ay makamusta po namin no, sa inyong mga tahanan. And also, marami po tayo importante pag-uusapan sa hapon na ito. Kamustahin na po natin, no? Simulan po natin ang mga magulang at ang mga estudyanteng nanonood po ngayon. No? Katulad na lang po ni John Sandio of grade 11 G4 ICT. Ayan. Good afternoon po to Ma'am Gemma Tumarong. Ayan. Kung meron po kayong mga gustong ipabate o pa-shoutout, yung mga parents po natin dyan, no, you can comment your name on the comment box below para po mabasa natin at mabati po namin kayo. Good afternoon to Michael Sawaan, Isabella Arcilia, Rachel Ann Shervo, good afternoon sa inyo. To Araujo Hebrio, to Abby Bagtas. Sa lahat po ng parents na katutok, maraming salamat po. No? Also, I would like to take this opportunity po to inform everyone that the enrollment is still ongoing. All you have to do is to log into our website, stclaironline.com/IMS. Again, stclaironline.com/IMS. At kung may mga katanungan pa po tayo about the schedule, sectioning, lahat po ng inyong tanong ay we are ready to cater and answer you via Stay Connected Online Concierge brought to you by the Center of Online Education System of St. Clair College via Zoom. Ayan po ang mga detalye po niya nakapost sa ating St. Clair College official Facebook account. Maya-maya lamang po no, ay magkakaroon tayo o sasamahan tayo ng mga ating naglalakihang bisita. Unang-una na po dyan, no, sobrang busy po niya at hindi masyado maganda pakiramdam pero hindi po siya papayag na hindi kayo makamusta at makipagkwentuhan sa inyo. Sa ating, sa bawat tahanan, meron tayong tinatawag na ilaw ng tahanan. Dito sa St. Clair College, meron din po kami na ilaw. Ang ina ng aming tahanan, ang nag-iisa, no? She's been in the service for more than 50 years po. Nag-iisa po naming presidente, ang ating mahal na mahal, Dr. Clarita G. Adale, maya-maya lamang po ay mabibigyan niya po kahit makakamusta po siya sa inyong lahat. Aside from that po, no, isa po sa mga mahalaga pag-uusapan natin ngayon ay ang gampanin o ang role ng ating mga magulang bilang katuwang ng St. Clair College o ng paaralan sa paghubog ng magandang kaugalian, characteristics po at values sa ating mga estudyante. Kaya makakasama din natin ang ating Dean Henry S. Tenedero, ang ating man of Discarte. Also po no, sa mga panahon ngayon no, ng pandemya, napaka-importante po ng ating mga magulang ay mag-maintain ng mental wellness. Kaya makakasama rin po natin ang ating guidance counselor, Dr. Catherine S. Pagulayan, to discuss to us po kung paano ba mag-maintain na ang magandang or napaka-stable ng mental health awareness. Also, isa po ito sa pinaka-importante pag-uusapan natin. No? Alam naman po natin ang ating mga estudyante bilang tulong po no, ay binibigyan ng ating voucher program ng ating gobyerno. Kaya po napakahalaga na naiintindihan po ng bawat estudyante, guro, administrators, especially mga magulang, ano po ba mga guidelines at regulations natin regarding the senior high school voucher. Yan po ay i-discuss ng ating attorney J. Paulo Adale. For school year 2021-2022, napakadami po nating investment o latest investment po dito sa St. Clair College. Sabi nga po natin, for us to be able to provide online quality education, we must invest in world-class IT facilities and more, to be discussed po by our Assistant Director for Online Education System, Sir Chami Ortega. At syempre, last but especially not the least, kakamustahin po tayo no, and to discuss more about Senior High School Department, ang ating ever hardworking at very dedicated po talaga, no. Kahapon pa siya, no, talaga namang hindi nagpapapigil, si Miss Maria Rebecca Palad, ayan ang again, ang ating Senior High School Principal. At kung nabalitaan nyo na po at nakita nyo ang ating poster, no, kayo po, bilang pasasalamat, no, sa ating mga magulang, and also in celebration, malapit na pong birthday ng ating President, Dr. Ria Vance, happy birthday po no August 31. Mamimigay po tayo, listen up, mamimigay po tayo ng Pangkabuhayan Showcase. Ayun, Pangkabuhayan Showcase po sa ating magulang na mapipili po ngayong araw. Kaya po make sure ha, again, naka-like, share, subscribe po tayo sa ating official Sinclair Online YouTube channel. And also po, no, tayo ay nakapag-register. Kagabi po, no, sinend natin yung link kung saan kayo pwedeng mag-register. Kasi po, mamaya po, dyan po natin bubunutin, no. Meron po tayong wheel o ruleta. Dyan po natin pipiliin ang mananalo again ng Pangkabuhayan Showcase. Handog pa sa salamat po sa ating mga magulang na nag-iisang Sinclair College family. At ang Adalin family, maraming salamat po. Ayan, hindi ko na patatagalin pa. Kaya namang dito po, no, sa Sinclair College, kasama po sa ating paghahanda sa school year 2021-2022. Kasama po natin dito ang paghahanda ng ating masisipag na mga administrators ng ating eskwelahan. Meron po tayong mga engineers, lawyers, doctors, no, mga psychologists po, master teachers, lahat po yan na pinagsama-sama natin para pong mapanatili na matatag at makapagbigay ng quality, accessible, and sustainable education sa inyong mga anak. Everyone, with all pride and honor, let's meet Sinclair College Board of Trustees and Administrators. That's all. Watch this. Once again, let's give a hand to the powerful combination of our Board of Administrators and Trustees here at St. Clair College, again headed by our President, Dr. Claire Adalem. Ayan. Sabi nga natin, one of our commitment to our parents and to our students here in St. Clair College is to provide online quality education. And for us to be able to provide quality education, we must provide you quality educators. Let us meet the powerful lineup of our educators for the school year 2021-2022. Let's all watch this.
Education is considered an investment in human capital. Human capital can be described as the knowledge, abilities, and skills of an individual, acquired through education, training, and experience. Education at St. Clair College enriches learners' understanding of themselves and the world towards professional development and life skills for life success. It improves the quality of their lives and leads to broad social benefits to individuals and society.
Alright, what a powerful combination of our senior high school, college, and also basic department teachers for the school year 2021-2022. Nakita naman po natin, no, senior high school pa lang po ang inyong mga anak, pero ang kanilang mga guro talaga lawyers, engineers, master's teachers po, no, experts in the field. Yan po ay again, in our commitment to provide quality education sa inyo pong mga anak. Alright, at this point in time, no, talaga naman po na medyo ang lakas ng ulan. Very busy po ang kanyang schedule, pero talaga pong pinuntahan niya tayo dito para makasama po kayo live na live. She is a lifetime awardee in lifelong education given by the Department of Education. She is also a national awardee as founder of private schools, Philippine National University. She is also an international awardee of Royal Institution, Singapore. Sinclair Group of Schools as Honorary Fellow of the Royal Institution Singapore, the founder of Sinclair Group of Schools, the President of Sinclair College. Gaya ng sabi ko kanina, ang bawat tahanan na may ilaw at ina, dito po ang nag-iisang ilaw at ina ng Sinclair College. Palakpakan po natin at batiin natin ang happy birthday, Dr. Clarita G. Adalem.
Magandang hapon sa mga magulang, mga mag-aaral, mga guro, at sa lahat ng mga nanonood ngayon. Alam niyo ba na dapat ipinagdiriwang natin ngayon ang founding anniversary ng ating school simula ng August 26, 27, ganyan, ay pinagdiriwang natin ang founding anniversary ng our school. Ang school natin ay 36 years old na. 3 dekada at 6 na taon. Napakatagal na rin. Sa simula't simula pa, ang ating school ay quality education na ang binigay. Binigay namin sa inyo, binigay namin sa lahat ng mga mag-aaral since 1986 ang tinatawag na quality education. Kaya ngayon, kahit na 36 years old, we are trying to be very progressive. Every year, we have to do something to make our school the best. Ang binibigay ng St. Clair College, Better Children of St. Clair Montessori, ay quality education sa ating mga anak. Ngayon, kumusta na kayo? Pandemic pa rin, di ba? But we are alive. And we survive. Kahit paano, tayo ay masaya pa rin. Despite of the pandemic that we have right now. Nakakalungkot isipin yung mga lockdowns which we have experienced. But God is very good. We have to cling to the Lord. Ang Panginoon ang siyang nagbibigay ng lakas. Siya lahat nanggagaling ang mga magandang nagaganap sa paralang ito. Ang St. Clair Group of Schools ay patuloy na gumagawa ng magagandang paraan para tuloy-tuloy ang pag-aaral ng ating mga anak. Well, ikalawa itong panahon ng pag-aaral online, hindi ba? Pero nakita nyo naman, the second year of our virtual education online became very progressive. Very, very progressive to as expected. Kasi maraming preparedness, maraming paghahanda ang ginawa. Hindi lamang kay sinabing online, you have your computer, you have everything, but there are a lot to prepare. It's not all about the gadgets that you have. It's not only about the ring light that you're going to have beside you to make the view very clear. But you'll find out that we really did our best sa lahat ng pamamaraan sa pagtuturo ng online. Now we have to enhance the learning techniques of the faculty. Lahat ay pinag-aralan po ito. Nakita nyo naman kung paano i-deliver ng mga teachers ang education sa inyong mga anak. Hindi lamang mabara-bara. Hindi natin sabihin you have your laptop. Of course, the teachers will have to be prepared. Lalo na ngayon, we have our faculty training. At hindi lang ang mga bata ang train, but we have to train the faculty, to train the admin, to train everyone in St. Clair para ma-deliver namin ang the best. Ang St. Clair kasi nag-start tayo sa quality and we do not want to lag behind. We have to continue delivering to your children the quality education that they have to, alam nyo, yan ang kanilang kinabukasan. Kahit may pandemic, hindi basta ihihinto ang pag-aaral. You remember, education is a continuous process. Education has to go on and on. Nagkakapag-aral ang bata kahit matanda. Ang sinasabi ko, ang education ay para sa lahat. At ang education ay buhay. Education is life. We cannot get away from education. Kahit pandemic man, we have to do our best. Iligay natin lahat-lahat sa kahandaan ng ating mga bata. Kung magtatagal ng pandemic na ito, ang mga bata ay patuloy pa rin magkakaroon ng magandang education. We offer the quality education that your children need. Hindi basta-basta ang pag-aaral sa St. Clair College. Sinimulan natin ito sa paghahandang mabuti. Remember when I founded this school, it was in 1986 and I have 17 students. The first thing that I have done is to write the vision, the mission, and the philosophy. Titignan ko kung hanggang saan ang magagawa para sa kabubuti ng ating mga mag-aaral. Really, it was a hard work. We have done a lot of things about it. In fact, the first time, noong 17, wala talagang kinikita ang school na ito. But we have to go on and on. In fact, education is a mission. Lahat ng mga guro ay mayroong mission. Lahat ng mga bata ay may mission. That's why ang education ay buhay. You'll find out that education is a very, very interesting matter. Kahit napakapahirap na ito, but education can make you live the way that you want when you grow up. In the future, if you have the proper education, you'll find out that you will be very successful. Basta magagamit ito sa magandang paraan, ang edukasyon ay bubuti ang kapalaran natin, kapalaran na ating mga anak. Hindi po ba? Kahit paano, kahit pandemic, ay masaya pa rin tayo. Di ba? Kahit paano, hindi naman tayo pwedeng magmukmok. Hindi naman tayo pwedeng pag-alagala sa daan para magkaroon ng Delta variant, di ba? But we are in the comfort of our homes. Nasa kabahayan tayo. At ito ay, it's also an advantage to be at home. Especially the parents who are working outside. Ngayon, pwede silang magtrabaho sa loob ng bahay. Then you can bond with your children. You can work with your children at school. Remember that education is responsibility. Responsibility in the sense that parents should guide their children in their education. Kaya mga magulang, malaki ang gagampanan ninyong role as parents, as guardians to your children. Ngayon, at nasa kabahayan kayo, nandyan ang manak ninyo, at nag-aaral with you, well, it's so very nice that the parents will get involved in the education of their children. Pero hindi naman ibig sabihin ng magulang ang gagawa lahat ng project. It can be tandem. No? If there is an assignment, there is an agreement, hindi ko ibig sabihin na hindi tutulong yung nanay at tatay. Why not? Ang tatay ngayon ay pwedeng tutulong sa anak kung nahihirapan ang anak sa pag-aaral. In fact, you do not need a tutor. In fact, nung nasa labas kayo lagi, di ba? Ngayon, kukontak kayo ng tutor, you have to pay the tutor. But this time that you are with your children, you can be the tutor of your children. And it will be a tandem. Limbawa yung tatay at saka anak. They can be in tandem in their work sa mga assignments. Why not? Pero hindi naman ibig sabihin na yung tatay, yung nanay, ang gagawa ng agreement ng mga bata, di ba? Well, I remember when I had my kindergarten, noong unang panahon, nung nagturo din ako ng kindergarten, when I founded this school, I allow the parents to get inside the classroom. Yan yung face-to-face. So what I'm saying is about the face-to-face noong araw. And then I allow them to sit with their children. Kasi, siyempre, it is an adjustment period. At mga bata ay umiiyak on the first day of classes. That's why I allow the parents, I allow the grandparents to get inside. Now, there was this grandma na kanlong-kanlong niya yung anak kasi kung hindi niya kakanlungin yung anak, iiyak. Kaya ang ginagawa niya, kinakanlong niya. So every time I had my drill, yung mga lessons ko na may flashcards and what like that, kasi face-to-face nga hindi kagaya ngayon. Ngayon yung sumasagot, yung grandma. The grandma was the one responding. The grandma was the one answering to the question. And so, and then I said, oh, very good, grandma. Hindi ko binabanggit yung anak dahil hindi naman siya ang sumasagot yung anak. Well, that's the case of the face-to-face in the kindergarten. But now, you'll find out, in the online learning, kasama rin yung nanay at saka tatay. Probably the teacher cannot see behind the parents. They might be far, baka malayo na konti sa anak, diba? Ngayon, yung bata makikita mo yung focus ng kanyang mata sa nanay. Kaya pag yung teacher ay very wise, she can see na yung anak nakapokus doon sa nanay. At yung nanay nagbibigay ng answer. Well, this is one disadvantage of having online teaching. But then, please, my dear parents, you challenge your children. Let them the one talk. Let them the one to respond. When there are some questions being asked by the teacher, let them answer by themselves. You know, we have to develop critical thinking among our students. You know, in St. Clair, isa sa mga competence that we develop among our students is to develop critical thinking. How could you develop the critical thinking of your children, of your kids, if you'll be the one answering the questions coming from the teachers? Well, we allow you to stay with your students, with your children during online learning. But please just be the guide. Do not dictate the responses or the answers so that at least your children will become independent. Otherwise, if you give all the responses, you support all the responses, the answers, And then, ang bata will be, what? Dependent. They will always depend on you. Yung focus ng bata, yung mata ng bata, always looking at the mother. You can see her online, di ba? Nakikita ko yan eh. I always enter sa mga classrooms ng online o kaya doon sa opisina ko. Sometimes I would like to enter a class. I find out, I notice that some students, iba yung focus ng mata. So I can see that some parents are with their children and coaching them. Well, it's good to coach. Very good to coach. In fact, all teachers are coaches, all parents are coaches, but you have your time to coach. Probably during the writing of their assignments, the writing of their agreements. Ayun, pwedeng mag-coach kayo. But not during their online learning. Alright. Now, last year, the online learning environment of our school, was very progressive. You know why? Because we will not start it without being prepared. So we prepared everything. Kaya very successful yung first year online learning natin. We went on very smoothly because the St. Clair College is equipped with all the necessities required and needed to make the St. Clair online educational system works. There were less hassle. Well, we cannot see the things. Mahirap din makita kasi yung mga pagkukulang because we have, di ba, if we have our online teaching, we are in the clouds, di ba? So sometimes, pero yung mga hassle na yon, we try to make the online learning in our school as accurate and interesting to deliver the best lessons to your children in the comfort of your homes. May mga hassle nga, but we are doing something. We are doing everything to be perfect. Sometimes, the weather, yung mga weather, there's no assurance that there will be complete deliverance. May magandang online, but there are times may mga glitches, pero sandali lang niya mga yan. And then later on, mga seconds, okay, if there will be 20 minutes, okay, but still, we go on. After 20 minutes, we go on again. It's just like that. Now, this is the second year, we are on the right track. The flaws and mistakes we have done the previous year are being addressed very well to come out with a very impressive online educational system. Now may I say, or may I talk about the role of the parents in this virtual education? Mga magulang, ano ba ang iyong gagampanan ngayon virtual education? Can you contribute para magiging magaling ang mga bata online? Ang mga magulang ay maraming magagawa rin sa ikakabuti ng mga bata. Now, it's not only the school that will be working so hard for the quality education your children will receive. It will be the parents. Remember, the first school is the home. The first teacher is the mother or the father. And the second school is your St. Clair College of Caloocan or Better Children of St. Clair Montessori Center or the scope. Nakikita niyo yan na ang magulang ay malaki ang kanyang gagampanan sa pag-aaral ng mga bata. You serve as the inspiration. Dapat kayo ang magiging inspirasyon ng ating mga bata sa kanilang pag-aaral. Sometimes, ang mga bata ay nangangailangan din ng coaching, nangangailangan din ng pushing. But there are times when we are very busy. But during this time, pandemic time, that you are in your homes, you have your homework or ng mga bata with you, then you can help them. You can guide them, inspire them, play with them, and make a beautiful home. Alam nyo, ang isang pamilya, kung nagtutulungan, nagiging mabait sa isa't isa, nagmamahalan sa isa't isa, ay magiging isang magandang tahanan. Ngayon siguro pinagkaloob tayo ng Diyos ng pandemic so that we should be closer to our family. Now sometimes, ang mga magulang, there were times kasi the previous years that we have the face-to-face, nakikita ko yung mga problema sa guidance, counseling, sa guidance office, tungkol sa problema ng mga magulang na hindi nila nagagabayan ang kanilang anak because they have to leave home for work at 6 o'clock in the morning. Pagkatapos darating sila ng bahay 9 o'clock in the evening when their children are already asleep. Tulog na mga bata. So, there was, yung mga panahon na yon, there was less communication. The communication, ang pinakamagandang bridge, pinakamagandang tulay sa mag-anak. Kahit saan pa man, sa mga guro din, sa mga magulang, maguro, mga kaibigan, communication, I think, ay malaking factor to be together. Just like online learning, now, what is our communication? Napakagaling ang communication natin. It is through online. We cannot see each other, but we can see with each other through online. We can talk with each other online. But you'll find out that we are all talking in the clouds, di ba? Pero napakaganda, amazing ang modern technology. The modern technology is really very surprising, very amazing. Nung una, yung kung umawak ng cellphone ngayon, ilan ba ang cellphone ko? I have 2 cellphones. Sige, pinag-aaralan, and then I have also my laptop. I have to work with all of these gadgets so that I will not be lagged behind. Nakikita ko mga kabataan, ang galing-galing nilang dito sa Facebook, ang galing-galing nila sa laptop, and they have created a lot of, through their gadgets, a lot of PowerPoint, a lot of yung mga ganyan, nakaka-amaze, really. And with my age, ayoko namang walang alam kahit konti. That's why I have to learn. I don't want to lag behind. Ang hirap-hirap nga. Pero I don't want to lag behind, as I've said. I have to work very hard so that I can go online learning also, like your children, like all the people are doing. Right, mga magulang? As sinasabi ko kanina sa inyo, malaki ang iyong gagampanan sa pag-aaral sa inyong mga anak. Alright, but now this is a big opportunity to stay with your family. Let's say family bonding, sabi nga nila. Alright, now I have here 5 things parents can do to support their children going into virtual learning. Lalo-lalo na yung mga magulang sa basic department, no? Ano ba yung mga gagawin natin para magawa natin na yung online learning ang ating mga anak ay magiging maganda and it will be smoothly going through. Number 1, know your child's advisor and other teachers. Kahit it is online, dapat mong alamin kung sino ang advisor ng iyong anak. Kahit nasa senior high school, you should know the advisor of your children. And you should know also the teachers so that there will be no communication gap. Sila magsasabi kung ano na sila sa loob ng online learning. Sila ba ay ginagampanan ng kanilang tungkulin? Sila, lalo na sa senior high school, when sometimes the parents cannot guide them, hindi na sila pumapasok, hindi sila nag-online. So, No, kaya malaman ninyo lahat ng mga ginagawa ng inyong mga anak sa kanilang mga guro. Number 2, know your child's class schedule. Anak, tignan ko nga yung class schedule mo. Kailangan ibigay niya even in the senior high school. Ngayon, kung hindi naman kung maliit na bata, you can ask the teachers. Pwede bang malaman ko yung schedule ng aking anak? Anong oras ba yung kanyang reading? Anong oras ba ang kanyang araling panglipunan? Anong oras ba ang physics? Anong oras ba ang science? Ganon lahat yan. And then you are going to type it, encode it in your laptop, kung mayroon, o kaya sa lapis, o sa ballpen man lang, and you post it on the wall near yung kanyang table na pinag-aaralan. Kaya nandun yung schedule niya nakalagay doon para at least nakikita mo kung ano nang pinag-aaralan ng anak mo. Ay, physics na pala sila. Oy, araling panglipunan na pala sila. So that you can guide your children correctly. Now, number 3, set up a designated comfortable workspace. Kailangan ng anak natin, bigyan naman natin ng lugar na which is very comfortable. The right workspace makes a huge difference in your child's mindset and his ability to focus on the lessons. Yan, no? No matter what the workspace looks like, be sure that your child has easy focus or access to the materials and supplies that he needs to be efficient, like for example, the headphone. Hindi naman kung talagang hindi naman makakabili ng headphones, okay lang. Pero kung mayroon namang pambili ng headphones, the better. Alam mo, yung ating mga anak, gusto nilang magporma-porma eh. Lagyan ng headphones, they will be happy for that. Or probably a wireless mouse sa kanilang laptop, ano? So, if you will be working on a laptop, ganyan. Alright. Number 4, get to know the online learning platform. O, saan ba kayo? Nasa Zoom ba kayo? Are you using the Zoom? Are you using the Google Meet? What else are you using? So at least the parents are informed and familiar with the kind of platform the school is using. Okay? And number 5, get in touch through online frequently with the teachers of your children. Communication with the school is very necessary, dear parents. You have to communicate also with your child. Laging tinatanong yung bata. Find out his problems and share the problems with his teachers to find solutions. Napakaganda. Lilima nga lang itong naibigay ko sa inyo. Pero ito ay nakakatulong on how you are going to prepare your kids on the online learning system that we have in St. Clair College. Eh mga magulang, binabati ko kayo na in-enroll ninyo yung mga bata sa St. Clair. You are assured of the quality that we are giving them kahit na pandemic. We try our best. Ang mga guro, ginagampanan ang kanilang mga gawain. Don't you worry that St. Clair College will deliver to your children the best quality education that he or she is going to get. Alright, mga magulang, nagpapasalamat ulit ako. Before I'm going to end my talk, I would like to tell you that although we are in the pandemic situations, we are connected to you, and please connect to us. We love you all. Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat.
Again, mula po sa ating mahal na presidente ng St. Clair College, ang ina po ng aming tahanan. Palakpakan po natin, Dr. Clarita G. Adalem. Ayan, no. Ako po, no, dami kong natutunan. Nilista ko kanina, no, yung mga sinabi po niya. Gaya na lang po ng dito sa St. Clair College, as per our president, no, we promote inclusive education for all. Sabi rin po ni ating Dr. Claire, no, proper guidance of parents is a must. We develop critical thinking at kailangan, syempre, tulungan ng parents at ng mga estudyante at ng mga guro. Again, maraming salamat po. Dahil po dyan, basahin po natin yung iba mga messages, no, ng ating mga estudyante sa ating chat box. No, kung meron po tayong mga mensahe, comments, i-comment lang po yun sa comment section below. Gaya na lang ng Oto po, no, happy birthday to Dr. Clarita Adale. We wish you good health and more birthdays to come. From Janet Mariano, mother of Jonah Mariano, grade 12A to Yums. Galing po sa ating parents. Maraming salamat po, ma'am. And dito po, no, patuloy natin, basahin po natin yung mga comments ng ating mga estudyante, ng ating mga magulang na antabay po. No? Thank you so much, Dr. Clarita Adale. From Zamora Angeline. Thank you so much po to Dr. Claire as well. From Jamieline Moranya. Ayan. So, good afternoon din po and thank you so much for very informative talk po. Ayan, from John Justin Kiambao. Ang dami nating comments at mga pabate. Happy birthday to Dr. Claire Adalem. Good afternoon po, Joel Poco. Pa-shoutout naman po sa aking mabait na advisor, si Sir RG. Ayan, hello po. At sa lahat po ng ating mga senior high school teachers na talaga ng mga 100% ang attendance simula kahapon. No? Maraming salamat po for being with us today. Ayan. Sabi po natin, no, from our president, no, who nakipagkamustahan po sa atin ngayon at binigyan tayo ng mga, talaga namang very informative and enlightening na empowerment words of wisdom. We will move on to the next. Dito po, no, in preparation of the school year 21-22, kailangan po talaga na kayo ay merong isang opisina na lalapitan. No, kung meron tayong mga concerns, ayan, no, meron po tayong mga gustong mensaheng ibigay sa ating eskwelahan, no, meron po tayong kailangan natin ng tulong, no? Nandyan po ang ating Student Services and Affairs Office, directed by ang nag-iisang Attorney Joy Alarcon. Ayan na po. Let's all welcome Joy Alarcon.
Magandang hapon ho sa ating mga magulang. Kung napansin nyo, ako ay naka-t-shirt na merong nakalabas yung heart. Kasi I'll be speaking from the heart. Nagsasalita po ako bilang isang magulang na may anak na grade 11 dito sa St. Clair College. Bakit? Alam niyo po, kailan lang na maalam po ang aking asawa sa edad na 52 years old. Kung magiging sentimental po ako, maaring mapabayaan ko ang pag-aaral ng aking grade 11 at first year college, dito rin po sa St. Clair College. Kaya, kinakausap ko ngayon ng mga magulang. Kayo po na nagtiwala dito sa St. Clair College. Alam nyo, maraming eskwela na nung panahon po ng marketing, kasama namin, nagsasalita. Andiyan po ang crush ng bayan, kasama ko, si Teacher DJ Adi Roque. The English guru, may accent pa, si Teacher DJ Trami. At syempre po, ang nagdi-director sa amin, pag ma-marketing kami, si Ma'am Joy Naturales. Alam niyo po, pag nagsasalita, yung mga ibang kasama namin na school, hindi po nila sinasabi yung quality education. Ano po sinasabi nila? Sa mga anak nyo na grade 12, sa anak nyo grade 11, na yung grade 10 sa public, nandito sa amin ngayon, ng grade 11. Hindi ko po narinig yung quality education. Ang narinig ko po, dito kayo mag-aral. Meron ka isang kabang bigas. Dito ka mag-aral. Meron kang tablet. Meron kang ID lace. Meron kang uniform. Asan po yung quality education? Asan po yung quality facilities? Ibig bang sabihin, pag nabigyan ng anak natin ng tablet, matututo na? Gagraduate na? Yung ba? Ang pinagmamalaki nitong mga eskwelahan na to. Dito po, uulitin ko ngayon, no top up yung voucher po ng senior high school. No hidden charges. Wala po kaming miscellaneous charges. Kung ano po yung voucher ng gobyerno, yun po ang sa grade 11 at grade 12. Isipin nyo, yung isang kabang bigas, kapalit ng 2 taong quality education, yung ba ang katumbas nun? Katumbas ba ng quality education ay isang tablet? E paano pag nasira yung tablet? Kaya po, hindi po kayo nagkamali. Hindi ako nagkamali, hindi rin kayo nagkamali. Na dito natin dinala ang ating mga anak. Dahil mahal natin sila. Kaya ito, pinagmamalaki ko yung t-shirt ko, may puso. Sapagkat mahal ko ang aking anak at gusto ko sila magkaroon ng magandang kinabukasan dito sa paaralang ito. Alam nyo, yung online education, abay baka magulat kayo, matagal na po kami dyan. Kami nga po nagsimula ng e-book dito sa Caloocan. 3 lang po kami na mga eskwelahan. Nung panahon na anong sabi ng isang eskwela, huwag ka dyan sa St. Clair, libro gamitin mo, e-book pa sila. Yung e-book, e-learning, e-board, equals ano po? Ito na tayo, online education system. Noon ayaw nilang maniwala, pero po ang St. Clair College, ang Adalon family, ang tinignan po yung future. Hindi natin akalain na darating ang pandemic. Maraming buhay ang nawala. Maaring tatay nyo, nanay nyo, kapatid nyo. Pero ano po? 900 schools, private schools, alam nyo, nagsara. Ilang teacher kaya nawala ng trabaho. Ngunit dito sa St. Clair na pinagkatiwala nyo ang inyong edukasyon ng inyong mga anak. Hindi ho kami nagbawas ng teacher. Nagdagdag pa ho kami sapagkat gusto namin bigyan ng kalidad na edukasyon ang inyong mga anak. Yan po ang St. Clair College. Kaya po kami, hindi nyo kami nakikita. Nandyan. Mahalaga sa amin ang kalusugan. Kaya po kami, nung kami nag-marketing ng kampanya, online. Nung nag-enroll ang mga estudyante namin, online. Bakit? Mahalaga ang kalusugan. Ganyan po ang ating St. Clair College. ang paaralan na pinagkatiwalaan nyo na i-enroll, matuto, mag-aral. Hindi lang yun. Alam nyo ba? Pag natuloy yung face-to-face, kung babalik po yun, pag nakita nyo ang aming mga classroom, 2 aircon, e-board, hindi po kami gumagawa ng blackboard. Isipin nyo, itong eskwelahan na to, environment friendly. Kaya po, e-board na kami. Yung aming comfort room, pag pinuntahan nyo, para kayo nasa mall, naka-aircon. Pero, ito po maganda. Ang aming facilities dito, yung aircon na classroom, aircon na library, aircon na theater, aircon na virtual laboratory, aircon na computer science laboratory, hindi po namin kayo sinisingil ng aircon fee. O, paano na? Merong eskwelahan dyan, pa-aircon, nung wala pang pandemic, naniningil. Kami po, wala kaming sinisingil na aircon fee. Wala kaming sinisingil na internet fee. Saan ka pa? Kaya, hindi ho kayo nagkamali. Tama. Yung si Mami Joy Naturales, tama. Andito yung anak niya. Si Sir Alarcon, tama. Andito yung anak niya. Pero, isa pa, magyayabang kami. Ang estudyante namin, hindi lang sa Caloocan, hindi lang sa Metro Manila, meron kaming estudyante, grade 11, mula Japan. Yan po ang sinasabing borderless education. Kaya po, nagpapasalamat ako sa inyo. Tama ang inyong naging desisyon. Panahon na po, napatunayan natin, lalong-lalo na yung mga estudyante namin taga Bagong Silang, ipinapakita lang po natin, kahit po tayo nasa Bagong Silang, meron tayong karapatan na magkaroon ng quality education sa isang quality na paaralan. At yan po ay St. Clair College. Hindi pa yun. Ha? Bago kayo tumingin sa ibang eskwela, magtanong muna kayo, guidance, may I have a question? O what is your question? Parang ano, no? Parang Itbulaga. Ano question mo? Kumusta naman po mga teacher nyo dito? Yun lang. Sino po teacher natin ng math? Si Mrs. A. Sino po teacher natin ng Pilipino? Si Mrs. B. Sino po ang teacher natin ng English? Si Mrs. A. Pero dito po sa St. Clair, dahil pag sinabi namin quality education, talagang quality. Ang aming mga teachers, professors, karamihan po rito, doctorate degree, Doctor of Education. Bakit? For 22,500 voucher, ang magtuturo sa anak nyo, Doctor of Education. Saan ka pa? At pag sinuwerte pa yung anak nyo, abogado, magtuturo din sa anak nyo, sa grade, sa senior high school. Ganyan po namin kamahal. Quality education at its best dito po sa St. Clair. Hindi po dapat maging dahilan ng kahirapan. Education shall continue. Mas importante ho, education is the great equalizer. Edukasyon ang mag-i-emancipate sa atin sa kahirapan. Pag ang tao may karunungan, sabi nga nung nanay ko na nabubuhay, sabi ng tatay ko na nabubuhay, anak, tapusin mo pag-aaral mo sapagkat yan lamang ang kayamanan na pwede kong ipamana sa iyo. Kung nasaan po ako ngayon, utang na loob ko, una, sa Panginoong Diyos, at pangalawa, sa aking mga mahal na magulang. Mga estudyante na nakikinig sa akin, pag natapos ko ang ating orientation itong hapon na to. Isa lang ang gagawin nyo. O habang nakikinig kayo sa akin, pwede ba hawakan nyo kamay ng magulang nyo? Pwede ba yakapin nyo ang inyong mga magulang at sabihin nyo, nanay, tatay, salamat po at dinala mo ako sa St. Clair College. Sapagkat mahal na mahal kayo ng inyong mga magulang. Alam nyo po, ito ang commitment ng St. Clair College. Ang mabigyan ng quality, affordable, accessible, resilient education. Huwag po nating gamiting dahilan ang pandemic. Tandaan po natin, education shall continue. ESC, tayo. Yun po. Kaya, isang palakpak sa inyo, hindi kayo nagkamali. 2 palakpak sa mga magulang, at 3 palakpak sa mga anak, sapagkat andito kayo sa amin. Alam nyo po, marami ako pwede ikwento sa inyo. Isang magulang, isang araw, kinausap ako sa opisina, Sir, gusto ko ibalik ang anak ko sa St. Clair, patawarin niyo ako, nagkamali ako. Nabulag ako ng isang kabang bigas. Nabulag ako ng tablet. Hindi pala yun ang solusyon. Ang solusyon pala nandito. Umiiyak yung nanay. Sir, wala na akong voucher. Pero dito ko gusto mag-aral ang anak ko. Nakabalik yung bata. Naalala ko tuloy yung asawa ko. Ganong kamahal yung kanyang anak. Sa lahat ng mga magulang, mabuhay po kayo sapagkat pinili nyo ang tamang eskwela para makatapos ang inyong mga magulang. Sa inyong lahat, ang buong pusong pagmamahal ng lahat ng teacher at non-teaching personnel ng St. Clair College. Mabuhay kayong lahat. Maraming salamat. Tuloy ang edukasyon kahit may pandemya. Magandang hapon.
Mula po sa napakasipag at nag-iisang Director for the Student Services and Affairs. Palakpakan po natin again, no? Attorney Petronilio Joy Alarcon. Ayan. Nakita po natin noon, actually hindi isa, hindi dalawa, napakaraming reasons po na ang binigay niya kung bakit tayo po sa St. Clair College ay nananatiling the leading edge in online education system. Dahil po sa sincerity ng ating pagmamahal sa ating mga magulang at sa ating mga estudyante to give quality education. Kanina po, no, while attorney po is giving his talk, kanina may mga nabasa ako, no? May mga katanungan tayo. Actually, ito yung importansya, kaya nga po tayo nagpapa-webinar, is to give the information that our parents deserve. Gaya na lang po ng tanong kanina, no, ni Ma'am Milagros Agiton. Ma'am Milagros, good afternoon po. Can I ask po kung anong section ng aking anak na si Jansen D. Agiton? Ayan. Don't worry, ma'am, no? Ito pong mga, we are sending your sections po sa email kung hindi po natin nabasa or hindi po natin nakita, ma'am. Meron po tayo tinatawag na St. Clair Online Stay Connected. Ayan po ang ating online concierge, no? Kung saan po lahat po ng inyong katanungan ay sasagutin po ng ating principal at ating mga teacher from the senior high school department. Via Zoom po yan. Yung details po niyan, i-message ko po sa inyo maya-maya lamang or maaari nyo po yan makita sa ating St. Clair official page. Nakapost po yan dyan, ma'am. Again, Stay Connected Online Concierge. Sa lahat po ng katulad ni Ma'am Milagros Agiton, no? Na naghahanap pa po ng section, nandyan po yan. Again, sa Stay Connected Online Concierge via Zoom. Katanungan din po kanina, no, ni Ma'am Rosario Lovioso, pwede po ba ako mag-request ng school ID ng aking anak? No, last year pa daw wala yung ID niya. Actually, mga ID po natin, no, ay nandoon po sa ating website. Nandoon lang, hindi po nawawala yan, ma'am, no? Ang ating ID ay nandoon po sa website. Pupuntahan niyo po ito, ma'am, makinig mabuti, ha? stclearonline.com/LMS, no? stclearonline.com/LMS. Makikita po natin yung mga downloadable forms dyan. At downloadable na po ang ating ID last year pa. Siyempre, digital na tayo dito sa St. Clair College. Ayan. Also, may katanungan naman po si Ma'am Jamaica Gingab. Tanong na kay Attorney Alarcon, Attorney, lahat po ba may voucher? Kasi galing po ako ng private school. Nag-transfer po ako dito ngayon sa Sacred College ng grade 11. Napakagandang katanungan at maya-maya lamang po ay masasagot yan din. Again po, no, magkakaroon po tayo from Attorney J. Paulo Adalam to discuss to us the importance, the guidelines po, no, and rules and regulations ng ating senior high school voucher program. Kaya importante po tayo tumutok at makinig mabuti. Alright? At this point in time lang po, tawagin po natin, no, ang nag-iisa, no? To give us, ano nga po ba ang mga tips for a successful parenting sa ating mga magulang, no? So, lalo na po, no, in this time of pandemic, sabi nga natin, very stressful ang ating environment. Ayan. Alam ko, nandito na po siya, no? Dr. Cathy. Ayan, si Dr. Catherine Pagulayan po ay magbibigay sa atin ngayon, no, ng wisdom about successful parenting with mental health awareness. Again, our guidance counselor, Dr. Catherine S. Pagulayan. Ayan ako po ulit, Sir Adi. Hindi po ako si Ma'am Cathy. Biro lang po. Okay, ayan, no? Maya-maya lamang po, no? Makakasama na si Dr. Catherine Pagulayan, again, our guidance counselor. At this point in time, uunahin na muna po natin, siyempre, di ba? Uunahin na po natin dahil alam ko itong mga ating mga parents, ating mga student, excited na po. Minsan may marami pong nagchat-chat sa atin, sa ating gusto na po nilang makilala ang nag-iisa po natin. Napakasipag po talaga ng mga loving mother po. Ina naman po namin, no, sa Senior High School Department, ang nag-iisa, palakpakan po natin, Miss Maria Rebecca Palad.
To our dear President, Dr. Clarita G. Adalem, Dr. Nestor Ray G. Adalem, Vice President for Finance, Dr. Nestor J. G. Adalem, Vice President for Administration, our academic consultants, Dr. Samuel Salvador, Sir Henry Tinedero, Dean of Life Skills, our legal officers, Attorney J. Paulo Adalem and Attorney Joy Alarcon, fellow administrators, teachers, my dear students and parents, a pleasant afternoon. We do not know how this school year unfolds because of the pandemic, but we continue to live in all aspects of our lives with uncertainty, hope, and resilience with God in our midst. Yet I hope you feel, as I do, the energy of this moment and the anticipation and excitement of new beginnings. Thank you, dear parents, for choosing St. Clair College, the School of First, the leading edge in online education, and we believe that education is really an investment. We are all looking forward to a productive pandemic year with you, our dear parents, with the assurance of giving your children the right technological know-how in order that they can achieve the best online learning amidst the pandemic. We recognize that to be successful in school, our children need support from both home and school. We know that a strong collaboration with you will make a significant difference in your child's education. As partners, we share the responsibility for our school children's success and want you to know that we will do our very best to carry out our mandate of giving quality education to ensure your children's brighter future. The whole St. Clair community welcomes our new and returning students. We have missed you terribly. We all know that pandemic is far from over, but we value life. Your life matters. Every life matters. St. Clair is truly not the same without your physical presence. Things are little different for 2 years now with our new normal in education. But we fervently hope and pray that when you graduate in June of 2022 and June of 2023, we will be gathered in person with you and your families and loved ones on a glorious sunny morning in a memorable and historic graduation grand ballroom. May I read to you the school's institutional outcomes. 1. To develop intellectual creativity, critical thinking, and innovativeness among our students. To develop effective communication, to promote leadership effectiveness and managerial skills, promote good sense of nationalism and global responsiveness, develop personal and professional ethical standard of excellence, promote quality service and collaboration, develop adeptness in the use of information communication technology and modern facilities, practice community engagement, be passionate to perpetual learning, and practice a strong sense of spiritual and moral values. St. Clair had greatly invested for the development of your children. Even before the outbreak of the pandemic, your children are already enjoying the use of electronic board and e-books because all of our classrooms in St. Clair are equipped with electronic board. We have the newest and biggest virtual laboratory and computer laboratory for our ICT students, world-class amenities like the Saints Cafe, the Saints Hotel, and the Travel Bureau for our home economics students. A great number of our enrollees are enrolled in humanities, social sciences, accountancy, business and management, textbook ICT and home economics, and the arts and design. We are also collaborating with the Royal Institution Singapore for your children to be globally competitive with the right knowledge and skills so that when they graduate, they are globally competitive. My dear parents and students, I feel privileged welcoming you all in today's orientation program. Thank you once again for choosing St. Clair College, the leading edge in online education. Thank you for your presence today and for your support, and we encourage you to visit our school page to get connected virtually. And we look forward to meeting you in the future personally. Welcome, keep safe everyone, and God bless us all.
Again, mula po sa aming ina sa Senior High School Department, maraming salamat po, Senior High School Principal Ms. Maria Rebecca Palad. Sabi nga po ni Sir Juanito Danan Jr., no, salamat po sa napakagandang paglalahad ng katotohanan tungkol sa edukasyon sa panahon ng pandemya. Mabuhay po kayo at sa pamunaan ng St. Clair College of Caloocan, God bless. Maraming salamat po sir sa napakagandang mensahe niyo po sa amin dito sa St. Clair. Ayan, basahin pa po natin dito. No? Good afternoon po, Ma'am Maria Rebecca Palad. Good afternoon po. Maraming salamat po sa inyong pag-educate sa amin. From Team Nica Franca, watching and looking forward for a fruitful academic year 2021-2022. Ayan, babasahin pa po natin yung mga pabate. Sorry, ang inyo pa po mga comments maya-maya lamang. Dahil at this point in time, kanina na-introduce ko na po siya. Kaya papakikilala ko po ulit. Nandito na po siya kasama natin. Hindi na natin patatagalin pa ang ating guidance counselor, Ms. Dr. Catherine S. Pagulayan.
Good afternoon, Madam Dr. Clarita G. Adalem, Dr. Ray, Dr. J, teachers, students, and especially to our dear parents. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. I want to begin with asking you, how are you feeling today or how do you start our day? Kamusta po ba tayo mga parents, no? Na nalalapit na po yung talagang academic classes ng ating mga anak. Napakaganda po nung sinabi ni Madam Dr. Claire kanina na napaka-importante po ng role ng mga magulang sa ating mga anak or sa pag-aaral ng ating mga anak, na nabanggit na nga rin niya na kailangan nating tandaan yung 5, no, na kailangan nating tandaan, no, na una alamin natin yung advisors, yung schedules ng mga anak natin. Why do we need to remind you this? Kasi sometimes, no, habang lumalaki yung ating mga anak, medyo nawawala yung konting touch nating mga magulang. Parang pag basic education yung ating mga anak, talagang all out tayo nakatutok. Tapos pag nag-high school sila, nagsi-senior high school sila, parang nade-detach na yung guidance ng mga parents sa kanilang mga anak. So, parents, kahit senior high school na po yung ating mga anak, still they need you. Ngayon po nila kayo mas kailangan. Dahil ito po mga panahon na to, yung nagkakaroon ng identity crisis, yung kanilang mga, yung ating mga youth or yung ating mga teens na hindi nila alam kung bata pa ba sila or matanda na ba sila. No? So, senior high school, so nade-detach yung connection between the parents and the learners. That is why ang pag-uusapan po natin ngayong hapon is the mental wellness for parents. Mental wellness for parents. Parents should support their child or children to online distance learning, but parents, you should also examine your child's mental health. And for us to do that, we need to become mentally healthy. Isa nga po sa mission and vision ng St. Clair College is to develop our learners holistically. So, hindi lang natin sila dine-develop dito academically, but also holistically. That is why importante po na malaman natin yung mental health natin as a parents and yung mental health ng ating mga anak. So, mental health wellness is very important nowadays. Kasi ang alam lang natin ngayon is the pandemic, di ba? Pero hindi natin alam na nagkakaroon na rin tayo ng endemic, which means nagkakaroon tayo ng mental health deterioration. Hindi natin namamalayan sa sarili natin. So, never forget to laugh. Huwag natin kalimutang tumawa na despite of all problems that we have, despite all the adjustment, never forget to smile. Never forget to laugh. Because a smile can relieve your stress in life. No? Napakalaki ng maitutulong sa atin ng isang ngiti. Sige nga, parents, bigyan nyo ng isang masarap na ngiti ang inyong mga sarili. Okay? So, smiles relieve stress in life. It improves the mood of the people around you. Pansinin nyo, no, pag may nakasalubong kayong nakasimangot or hindi maganda yung mood, it also affects your mood. So, dapat lagi tayo nakasmile, lagi tayong nakangiti, so that it will affect also the mood of other people. So, sa bahay nyo, no, pag laging nakasigaw yung isa, parang lahat na kayo laging nakasigaw. Pag nakasimangot yung isa, lahat na kayo nakasimangot. So, why don't you smile together? Okay? So, emotions or smile is very contagious. Smile attracts happiness. Sometimes, hindi natin kailangan ng material things or ng anything para maging masaya. Once nang umiti tayo, mararamdaman mo, ay, ang sarap sa pakiramdam, ay, ang saya ko. Okay? What your emotion is, elicits also the emotions of other people you encountered. That is why always wear a smile in your face. So, how do we start our day? Paano ba natin sinisimulan yung umaga natin? So, sinisimulan ba natin yung umaga natin, parents, sa pagbubunga nga sa ating mga anak? Kasi tanghali na, hindi pa bumabangon. Kasi ang trend nila ngayon, gabi na yung umaga nila. Di ba yung mga ibang teens natin ngayon, tapos ang umaga nila, yun na yung gabi. Parang nagpalit na yung araw sa kanila. So, paano ba natin sinisimulan yung umaga natin sa ating tahanan? Okay? So, start it right to make it bright. Okay? Do not focus on the things that you cannot control, but rather, focus on the things that you can control. So, hindi natin makokontrol yung nasa paligid natin. What you can control is how you are going to respond to it. Do not compare your life to others. And also, do not compare your child to another, no? To other students. Huwag natin ikumpara yung ating mga anak because we have individual differences. We have uniqueness, no? So, huwag mo ikumpara yung anak mo sa anak ng kapitbahay. Huwag mo ikumpara yung anak mo sa kanyang kuya, sa kanyang bunso. Kasi lahat sila may positive qualities. Sometimes, kaya natin sila nako-compare kasi tayo mismo hindi na tayo nagiging mentally healthy. That is why nagkakaroon ng displacement. Yung bigat nating parents, nadi-displace natin sa ating mga anak. Okay? Parents, mind your mental health. Most of the time, we fight our anxiety. We refuse to acknowledge that there is something wrong within us. We push away stress. But the truth of the matter, fighting anxiety doesn't work. Fighting anxiety doesn't work. Mental health is very important in parenting. And so your child's mental health is also important. Pag hindi tayo mentally healthy parents, baka yung child natin, hindi na rin sila maging mentally healthy. So do not fight anxiety and stress, but what we can do is to manage stress. Stress management is what we can do. Halos lahat po ng pinagsisimulan ng mental health problems is due to stress. Even naman yung mga ibang sakit, yan talaga yung nagke-create, no? So, mental health awareness. Bakit po ba natin to kailangang pag-usapan, parents? Bakit ba natin to kailangang talakayin sa hapong ito? Mental health awareness. What is mental health? Ano ba to? Mental health is not a disease. Mental is not a hospital. Admittedly, no? Aminin natin sa ating mga sarili na pag sinabi sa atin na magpa-check up ka sa iyong pag-iisip, parang iniisip natin baliw agad. Iniisip natin parang may problem agad. No? Pero pag simpleng sipon lang, we go to the doctor, nagche-check up, nagpapa-check up tayo. And so with our mental health. Mental health talks should not be avoided. Mental health should bring to our consciousness. Kaya sometimes hindi natin napapansin na may mental health deteriorations na tayo or hindi na nagiging mentally healthy tayo because isinasantabi natin siya, hindi natin siya pinapansin. That is why parents mind your mental health so that you can also mind the mental health of your child, especially na nasa senior high school na po sila ngayon. Being aware about mental health improve our attitudes towards treatment, towards interventions, towards therapy. It will improve also our relationship with our children, with our child. It increased willingness to seek help from a counselor or a life coaches to boost overall mental health literacy. Good mental health produce a happy life. And a happy life produce good mental health. So, dito po magkakaroon po tayo ng launching about life coaching program wherein makakasama nyo po kami, no, na kung meron kayong bigat sa buhay na gusto nyong mapagsabihan, even your child, you can come to us. Even kayo na parents, you can come to us. If you want someone to talk with, pwede nyo po kaming lapitan. So, yan. So, ako po si Dr. Love and meron din po tayo ng mga Dr. Granny and other doctors na makakasama. Okay. So, mental health Mental health includes psychological and social well-being. It affects how we think, how we feel, and how we act. Okay? So, we should always check our mental health. Okay? So, paano ba natin ma-check yung ating mental health? Paano ba natin ma-check na meron na tayong konting pangangailangan to check with our mental health? So, aalamin natin yung mga red flags, no? But before that, ano ba yung common mental health problems? Depression, generalized anxiety disorder, panic disorder, obsessive-compulsive disorder, post-traumatic disorder. And ano ba yung nagkakos nito? Ang nagkakos nito yung mga life events na negative sa buhay natin. So, we need to combat it by positive thinking and knowing the red flags. Red flags po, pag napansin nyo yung anak nyo na may unusual behavior, na dati hindi naman niya to ginagawa, tapos ngayon, ginagawa niya na. For example, hindi naman siya tulog ng tulog, ngayon tulog na siya ng tulog. Or rather, dati gustong-gusto niyang ginagawa tong bagay na to, pero ngayon, wala na siyang pleasure to do that. Wala na siyang interest to do that, no? So, know the red flags of your child and also your emotions so that we can check it up. So, seek for social support. So, I would like to discuss to you the analogy, no, nung life natin. The diathesis stress model analogy is wala pang laman. Nung nandito tayo sa mundong to, wala pang laman. Then, due to our daily experiences, napupuno tayo. So, ngayon, this is the time for us to unload, no? I-unload natin kung ano man yung mga laman ng puso mo, laman ng isip mo, na emotional baggages, hindi na dapat nandyan pa. This is the time for you to unload. So, that analogy is, kung puno na yung bottle mo, time to unload. Yung kamay mo, that is your willingness to seek social support. And yung baso na pinagsasalinan, that is your family. Family, friends, relative, guidance counselors, that is your social support. Okay? So, another analogy is, yung isang bote na walang laman, pag nilagyan mo yan ng tubig or kahit ano, pag finlip mo yan, babalik at babalik yan sa bigat, no? So, what important most, punuin natin yung bottle natin ng buhay with the positivities para magkaroon man tayo ng, i-flip man yung buhay natin, mag-i-stand at mag-i-stand tayo sa positivity. And another, no, yung nakita ko nga sa FB na analogy of cup of coffee, yung cup, pag nag-spill siya, ano yung laman ng cup ng buhay mo. Okay? So, it is important for us to have a good relationship within ourselves for us to have a good relationship with other people and for us to have a relationship with this world. Parents, mind your kids, mind your students. You must be good to the teachers of the SCC, no? To the teachers of your child. You must be good to the school, to the administration. Kasi nasa team teaching tayo, nasa team learning tayo. Okay? So, ang stress nandyan lang yan. But what important most is we know how to manage stress. Okay? So, para ma-manage natin yung stress, we need to have social care. Spend time with your family. Bakit yung mga anak nating senior high school, medyo lumalayo na yung loob sa atin? Kasi nawawala na yung time with the family. Mas marami na silang time with their friends. So, I advise parents, no, na tayo muna yung maging kaibigan nila sa loob ng bahay. Go out also with a friend. Stay connected. Yan yung isang programa na ginagawa ng St. Clair. Stay connected, stay in touch. Have a self-reflection. Okay? Mag-reflect tayo sa ating mga sarili. Always have a positive attitude. Napag-aaralan ko ang positive attitude. Karamihan ng natatandaan natin is the negativities in our life. But the truth of the matter, we can choose to be positive. It is just about mind setting. Actually, that is the new skills daw ngayon. The mind setting. Okay? You can also have spiritual care, music therapy, aromatherapy, and minute meditation vacation prayer. Okay? You can exercise regularly with your physical care. Parents, train your mind to see good things in everything. Train your mind to be stronger than your emotions. Train your emotions to be stronger than any biggest storms in our life. So parents, tandaan natin yung 4 na A. Accept, adopt, appreciate, always thank God. Accept that the reality is always be a reality. We can never go back. So do not live with regrets. Adapt to changes for you to be flexible. Appreciate. Practice the attitude of gratitude na ina-appreciate natin yung lahat ng bagay. Because if you cannot appreciate one things, you keep on complaining, you will never find a reason for rejoicing. Okay? Savor every moment and be thankful to yourself and be thankful to God. Okay? So, do also mental health activities with your kids. So, talk to your child about their ideas, their fears, their worries, their futures. Kausapin natin yung ating mga anak. Let them feel your presence. Hindi porket senior high school na sila, pababayaan na natin sila. Engage to your child. Your mental health will also affect and infect the mental health of your child. Sometimes, God put us into a place where we can only do is to call upon His name. So, when you feel that you need God in your life, cry to God because crying is internal cleansing. Because prayer is our biggest stress reliever. If you are mentally healthy, your child will also become mentally healthy. And if you are strong, your child will also become stronger. Sabi nga po sa Proverbs chapter 22 verse 6, train up a child in the way he should go, so when he is old, he will not depart from it. So, hindi pa po huli na turuan natin ng values yung ating anak, turuan natin ng collaboration yung ating mga anak. No? Last night, may pinasa sa akin si Ma'am Joy na video clips. Ma'am Joy is the director of our online education system. And I was moved, I was touched in this video na ang title ng video na to is Every Woman Should See This. Pero nang napanood ko siya, parang sabi ko hindi lang dapat women, even the parents or everyone should see this. And as you watch this video clips, owned every words as we play the video.
Come with me.
You are beautiful. You are smart. You are funny. You are kind. You are unique. You are worthy of love and affection. You are never too much, and you are always enough. You are precious. You are a diamond, a rose, a pearl, the most stunning of all God's creation. You are worth more than you could ever imagine. Worth more than the numbers on the scale, or the hair product you use, or the shoes you wear. More than how many girls wish they were you, or how many guys wish they had you. More than the price tags on your clothes, or the percentage at the top of your math test, or even the number of followers you have on Twitter. Your worth surpasses all earthly things, because in the eyes of the Lord God, you are loved, and you are worth dying for. Regardless of who you think you are, whether you model in a magazine or you model pottery with grandma, whether you're on the hot list or the not list, whether you're head cheerleader or a high school dropout, whether you're Miss Popular or you've never had anyone you could call a friend, whether you love yourself and love your life, or you can't stand to look in the mirror and you feel as if everything in your life is falling apart, whether you're such a winner or you feel like the world's biggest failure, regardless of who you think you are, the reality is that you deserve someone who would give up their life for you, because you are powerful and strong and capable. Read about the women in the Bible: Esther, Ruth, Martha, Mary. These women changed the world forever. And inside of you, each and every one of you is a woman with that same power and that same strength and that same world-changing capability. And your responsibility is to find that woman and to set that woman free. This is who you are. And any voices in your mind that try and tell you differently are from the enemy. And the next time you hear them, this is what you say. You say, "Nuh-uh, not me, Satan. I am a daughter of the living God, cherished, loved, and adored above all things by the Creator of all things, for the glory of Him who is greater than all things. I am awesome." And please, don't you forget it.
We are not just a parent. We are God sent to build a foundation to our child's life. We are God's steward in rearing our child. So how do we want to present our child's life to God? You are not just a parent. You are courageous, more than conquerors, powerful. You are all wonderful parents. Thank you for listening. May you all be mentally healthy. God bless everyone.
From our very own guidance counselor, maraming salamat po to Dr. Catherine S. Pagulayan for imparting her knowledge and wisdom po regarding the power of mental awareness, especially in this time of pandemic, to our parents. Ayan, napakahalaga naman po talaga to maintain mental wellness sa panahon ngayon, no, para po mas maging guided ang ating mga anak. Kaya po nang sabi na lamang ni Jessie O. Brosas, prayer is your best stress reliever. Thank you so much, Dr. Kathy. Sabi rin po, no, I am a parent. Sabi niya po, no, thank you so much for wonderful speech. You shared to us, Dr. Miss Catherine Pagulayan from Paul BMJ. Ayan, maraming salamat po. At this point in time, kanina po, no, may mga sa comment section, may mga tanong po tayo about the guidelines of voucher system. Kaya naman po, alam ko kanina pa natin hinihintay. At napaka-importante po talaga na all ears po tayo at makinig mabuti. Dahil ito po yung nag-trigger na marami nating katanungan. This is the time po to be enlightened, to be informed, no, ng mga totoong information po, the legit information po. Coming from our very own po, Attorney J. Paulo Adala.
Thank you, Teacher DJ Addy. A pleasant afternoon to our dear parents and to my fellow parents. This orientation on the Senior High School Voucher Program is in accordance with the guidelines set forth by the Department of Education and the Private Education Assistance Committee, or PEAC. For this part of the orientation, I will be discussing the brief background and or legal basis of the Senior High School Voucher Program, the salient provisions of the DepEd's Voucher Program Guidelines, and Republic Act number 10173, otherwise known as the Data Privacy Act of 2012, in relation to the processing of personal information of the students under the voucher program. The Senior High School Voucher Program has solid legal foundation or legal basis. Primarily, our 1987 Constitution, specifically Article 14, Section 1, guarantees the right of every Filipino to accessible and quality basic education. Also, Section 2.3 of the same article of our Constitution mandates the state to establish a system of subsidies and incentives to deserving students. And lastly, considering that the state cannot accommodate all Filipino students in public schools, Section 4 of the same article recognizes the complementary roles of public and private institutions in our educational system. So, to implement the subsidy programs in partnership with the private education sector, the Congress enacted Republic Act number 8545, or the Expanded Government Assistance to Students and Teachers in Private Education Act, or the EGASPE, and Republic Act number 10533, otherwise known as the Enhanced Basic Education of 2013, which included senior high school in the basic education level. The EGASPE, as expanded by the Enhanced Basic Education Act, provides for senior high school voucher program. Grounded on the principle of public and private schools partnership, the Senior High School Voucher Program provides for a mechanism to give financial support to qualified students, which only demonstrates the government's commitment to maintain the viability of private education and in further recognition of the private education sector as a key partner in the delivery of quality basic education. So at this point, we should already know that the Senior High School Voucher Program has been put in place to achieve the following educational outcomes: accessible quality education for all students, to strengthen complementary roles of public and private educational institutions as enshrined in our Constitution, and efficiency in the allocation of the government subsidy. Moving forward, I will be discussing the salient provisions of the Department of Education Order Number 19, Series of 2017, and the DO Number 16, Series of 2020, or for brevity, the Senior High School Voucher Program Guidelines. For this portion of my lecture, I should be able to impart the key points of the DepEd guidelines. Number one, the qualified voucher recipients, or the QVRs, the voucher applicants, applicable voucher values, voucher validity and redemption, and terms of the voucher program. Now, who are qualified recipients under the program? At the moment, DepEd guidelines provide for three categories who are automatically qualified students. First, we have Category A, or students who have completed their grade 10 in public junior high schools. Second, we have Category B. These are grade 10 completers in state universities and colleges, or SUCs, and local universities and colleges, or LUCs. And lastly, we have Category C, or grade 10 completers in private schools who are education services contracting, or ESC grantees. Also, we have students who are not automatically qualified under the program, therefore they need to apply for their voucher to be considered as qualified voucher recipient. The DepEd guidelines provide for Category D, or grade 10 completers in non-ESC private schools. Under the DepEd guidelines, here are the minimum requirements to be submitted by the qualified voucher recipients or the students to the school. For categories A and B, or as mentioned, those grade 10 completers from public junior high schools and SUCs or LUCs, the document to be submitted would be the report card bearing a learner reference number, or LRN, where to obtain the document from the junior high school, which should be either public school, SUCs, or LUCs as the case may be. And we have Category C, or those grade 10 completers from private ESC junior high school. You need to submit the ESC certificate to be obtained from the private ESC junior high school where the student has completed his or her grade 10, or from the PAYAC National Secretariat. And lastly, the Category D, or those grade 10 completers from non-ESC private junior high school, need to submit the QVR certificate to be obtained or to be applied with the PAYAC National Secretary. For the application of QVR certificate, you may visit the PEAC official website for more info. For the applicable voucher values under the DepEd guidelines, considering that our school is within the National Capital Region, the voucher amount for categories A and B, or those students coming from public schools, SUCs and LUCs, is 22,500. Whereas for categories C and D, those coming from private schools, regardless of ESC status, the voucher amount is 18,000 pesos. Now let's proceed with the voucher validity and redemption under the DepEd guidelines. As usual practice, the voucher shall be redeemed in the first semester of the school year. Also, as part of the requirement under the DepEd guidelines, we wish to remind our dear parents that it is important that the students should attend their classes at the very least during the first semester of the school year in order for them to not lose the QVR status. In addition, under the guidelines, the voucher covers 2 school years regardless of the number of years it takes for the recipients or the students to complete the senior high school program. Next. The QVRs, or the qualified voucher recipients, redeem their voucher by the very act of enrolling in a voucher program participating senior high school, like here in St. Clair College. Please note, however, that aside from this, the QVRs or the students shall satisfy the admission requirements of the school. Once the students have successfully enrolled in the school, then they will become voucher program beneficiaries or VPBs. So by the same opportunity, we would like to remind our dear parents to submit to us the admission requirements of the school. For new students or incoming grade 11 students, please submit the following. First, the Philippine Statistics Authority copy of birth certificate of the student, report card or Form 138 from the previous school, Form 137, good moral certificate, 2 pieces each of 1x1 and 2x2 ID pictures. And then as an additional requirement for grade 10 completers in private schools, they should submit their QVR or ESC certificate as the case may be, and as also discussed a while ago. So for transferees who are incoming grade 12 students, please submit to us the following. Again, the PSA copy of birth certificate, report card or Form 138 from the previous school, Form 137, good moral certificate, and also 2 pieces each of 1x1 and 2x2 ID pictures. And we highly encourage our dear parents to submit the aforementioned requirements as soon as possible or as soon as they become available, so that there would be no problem when the school processes the voucher or of the student beneficiaries. For the student beneficiaries to continue in the voucher subsidy program, they shall be promoted to grade 12 and shall continue to study in a non-DepEd or private senior high school. No maintaining grades are required from the student beneficiaries within the school year. And also, next, this is the most important part of the DepEd guidelines, to say the least. No? Student beneficiary loses his or her subsidy if he or she does any of the following. First, drop out in the middle of the school year. If he or she does not re-enroll in the following school year, although please note that under DepEd Order Number 16, Series of 2020, those who did not enroll in grade 12 in school year 2020 to 2021 may still come back as voucher program beneficiary for school year 2021 to 2022. And third, those who fail to be promoted to the next grade level or is retained at the same grade level. Next, if the student transfers to another senior high school within the same school year or transfers to a DepEd or public senior high school, we cannot stress this enough that once you have enrolled the students with the school, either through our online enrollment or walk-in, there is already a contractual relationship created between the two parties. You as the student's parents or guardian on the one hand, and the school on the other hand. And as mentioned, dropping out or transferring to another school during the school year will not only result in breach of the contractual obligation, but also a violation of the DepEd guidelines, which may ultimately result in the disqualification of the student beneficiary in the voucher program. Next. So as mentioned earlier, a student beneficiary may only transfer to other non-DepEd senior high school only after completing grade 11 and he or she satisfies the admission requirements of the accepting non-DepEd school. And more importantly, it should be done before the start of the school year and with leave or permission from the school. Student beneficiaries who wish to retain their voucher subsidy may shift to other track or strand only after first semester of grade 11 in the same school or after completing grade 11, which means both semesters, in the same school or in another VP participating senior high school. Next. So, for This last part of my presentation, I will discuss briefly the salient provisions of RA number 10173, otherwise known as the Data Privacy Act of 2012, in relation to the processing of personal information of the student beneficiaries under the voucher program. So, what is personal information that the law seeks to protect? Under Section 3G of the Data Privacy Act, personal information refers to any information, whether recorded in a material form or not, from which the identity of an individual is apparent or can be reasonably and directly ascertained by the entity holding the information, or when put together with other information, would directly and certainly identify an individual. So from the verbatim definition of personal information under the law, just remember these key phrases. First, any information, either recorded or not, which can identify an individual or the identity of such individual can be reasonably ascertained, or when the said information put together with other information would directly identify an individual. So examples of this personal information would be the names, address, place of birth, contact information, email address, and whatnot. Next. So under Section 311 of the Data Privacy Act, sensitive personal information refers to personal information about an individual's race, ethnic origin, marital status, age, color, and religion, philosophical or political affiliations, or about an individual's health, education, genetic or sexual life of a person, or to any proceeding for any offense committed or alleged to have been committed by such person, the disposal of such proceeding, or the sentence of any court of such proceedings, issued by the government agency peculiar to an individual, which include but not limited to the social security numbers, previous or current health records, licenses, or its denial, suspension, or revocation, and tax returns. And lastly, those specifically established by an executive order on act of Congress to be kept classified. And as you may notice, definition number 2 of the sensitive personal information is somewhat the most applicable to our student beneficiaries as this has reference to the education of the data subject. So you might ask, why is there a need to distinguish between personal information and sensitive personal information? It is because the law treats both kinds of personal information differently. Personal information may be processed provided that the requirements of the Data Privacy Act are complied with. On the other hand, the processing of sensitive personal information is, as a general rule, prohibited. The Data Privacy Act provides for specific cases where processing of sensitive personal information is allowed. And one of the exceptions is when a party, as in our case, the school, needs to process the sensitive personal information of the student subjects in order to fulfill its contractual obligation and compliance with the law and regulations relative to the senior high school voucher program. So here are some of the personal data that we process in relation to the senior high school voucher program. So we have the learner's reference number, or the LRN, full name of the students and its parents, ESC ID or ESC certificate, QVA certificate number, date of birth, gender, date of first attendance, track and strand of the student, tuition fees, and other educational data. So, why do we need to protect the personal information of our data subjects? Primarily, it builds trust between the students or parents and other stakeholders on the one hand, and the school on the other hand. Second, it prevents and mitigates risks, because keeping personal information in a secured manner could avoid costly incidents and penalty from the government. And more importantly, it is mandated by law. or specifically the Data Privacy Act. And as an educational institution, it is incidental to our operation that we handle and process the personal information of our students and other stakeholders in order to fulfill our contractual obligation and comply with the pertinent law and regulation, as previously mentioned. So, under Section 17 and 18 of the Implementing Rules and Regulations of the Data Privacy Act, the processing of personal data shall be allowed subject to the compliance with the law and adherence to the principles of transparency, legitimate purpose, and proportionality. So for transparency, the data subject must be aware of the nature, purpose, and extent of the processing of his or her personal data. That is why we included this discussion of data privacy protection in today's orientation, to apprise you as parents or guardian of the nature and purpose of processing of personal information of the students. And for legitimate purpose, the processing of information shall be compatible with a declared and specified purpose, which must not be contrary to law, morals, or public policy. At this point, it's already clear that the processing of personal information of the students is necessary for the performance of the contractual obligation of the school in its compliance with the relevant law and regulations of the voucher program. And last but not the least, the principle of proportionality. The processing of information shall be adequate, relevant, suitable, necessary, and not excessive in relation to a declared and specified purpose. For purposes of the voucher program, the school will only process personal data or information of the students as required by the Department of Education and the PEAC. So, this ends my presentation. Thank you for listening and good afternoon once again.
Very useful and very detailed. Thank you so much for discussing to us the Senior High School Voucher Program Guidelines po sa ating mga magulang, no? Sabi nga po natin ngayong araw, napaka-importante po talaga na ito ay maipaliwanag po natin sa inyong mga estudyante, lalo na po sa ating mga magulang. Siyempre po, it is our responsibility as an institution po to give you the correct, credible information about the Senior High School Voucher system, for transparency purposes din po. And again, maraming salamat po to our Board Secretary and Head of Legal and Publications Office, Attorney J. Paulo Adalem. Again, thank you so much po. Diniscuss na kanina lamang ang ating mga qualities, no, or mga qualifiers, no, ng Senior High School Voucher Program. Ano-ano nga po ba yung mga requirements for senior high school voucher? Magkano yung mga amount, no? Kanina may question si Jamaica Gingab, no? If I pronounce that correctly. Sabi niya magkano daw po ang kanyang voucher kung siya ay galing ng private school. Nasagutin po yan kanina ni Attorney J. Paolo Adalem. Ayan. Also, may mga terms and conditions po, no? Like bawal po mag-drop out, yung mga failing grades po, and so much more. Again, if meron pa po kayong mga katanungan, no, about the voucher system or the voucher program of senior high school here in St. Clair College, you can always call us at 02-823-24483. And also, you can coordinate with our senior high school principal, yung kanina po, no, nakilala natin, Miss Maria Rebecca Palad. And also, we can inquire via Stay Connected online concierge. Powered po yan by Zoom. Ayan, marami po talaga tayong ways on how we can communicate to St. Clair College. Pwede yan through text, through tawag, and through online. Ayan po. Also, I would like to take this opportunity po, no, wag tayong bibitaw. Malapit na po. Ipaparaffle natin. Maulitin ko lang, ang Pangkabuhayan Showcase para po sa maswerteng parent po ngayong araw, no? Again, reminder lang po, kailangan registered po kayo doon sa link na pinadala natin kagabi, and nakasubscribe po kayo, no? So don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and hit po, meron dyang bell notification button. Kasi po, gaya po nung napakagandang discussion ni Attorney J. Paulo kanina, no? Kung meron pa po kayo mga katanungan, pwede po kayo mag-refer sa video na ito. Because this will be uploaded, no, separately po yan sa ating St. Clair YouTube channel. So, pwede nyo pong balik-balikan ano nga po yung sinabi kanina ni Attorney Pao, no? Or ano ba yung sinabi kanina ni Dr. Cathy, pwede nyo po yan balik-balikan. Just make sure that you are subscribed in our official YouTube channel. Ayan, ready na po ang ating next presenter for today. Sabi natin, no, aside from our Board of Trustees, administrators, providing quality education with world-class facilities, pakinggan naman po natin, ano nga po ba ang paghahanda? And latest, no, hindi ang latest, ano ba ang mga lahat ng investment natin mula noon hanggang ngayon dito sa St. Clair College? To be presented by one and only, ang ating Assistant Director for Online Education System, no other than Sir Chami Ortega.
To our students, parents, administrators, and other stakeholders, good afternoon. I would like to welcome all our senior high school students and parents for having us here, or for us having you here in our today's event. For I know that the discussion earlier is very much vital to each and every individual, especially to our learners and parents, to be able to have that knowledge and on how these voucher program from our government will be working. And at this juncture, I will be sharing to you some of the highlights of our institution's timeline in terms on how we administered, how we implemented and recalibrated education, especially on how our school become ICT driven and much even and technology driven institution. So we established our school as early as 1986 with the vision of our dearest president, Dr. Clarita G. Adalem. Right now, we will be about to have our 36 years of providing quality, affordable, accessible, and sustainable development education even in times of pandemic. Well, that is the common reason, or that is the most reason why until such time today in the 21st century, even despite of the pandemic, we deliver to you quality education for our learners, not only to become a graduate with our institutional outcomes, but for them to become a lifelong learner and to become one of the human capital workforce of the country. As early as 1986, our school already envisioned to become one of the leading institution in online education system. As early on that year, we established or integrated computer as one of our subjects in the curriculum of the basic education department. Well, as we believe that this basic education serves as the transformative years for our learners. And in the year 1992, we already had the first telephone line as an educational institution. And that enabled us, St. Clair College, to to have that constant communication with our parents, students, and other stakeholders. And then after that, in 1997, we already have our internet connection via dial-up internet connectivity. And we also became one of the first educational institution to have an internet connection on that early years. On the same year, that is also where we established the first worldwide web exposure as educational institution as we had our website. Another, we also got the first broadcasting radio station as we also offer the mass communication program in early 1997. While in the 20th century, in the 2013, we pioneered as an educational institution to utilize ebooks for our learners. Those ebooks are installed in the tablets that serves as their alternative book rather than the printed material. So it's just one of the evidence in how St. Clair College could really identify itself to become the leading edge in online education, even in times of pandemic today. Also, in the 2015, we installed in our 95 classrooms that are fully air conditioned all electronic boards, disregarding the use of the traditional blackboard and chalks. So that podium also enable our learners to experience the quality of teaching and learning through the utilization of technology. Also, through the use of that identified technology, our teachers also recalibrated and reimagined the way they will be handling the 21st century learners inside their classroom. On the same year, that was also the year where we had our computer laboratory. And at the present, I am very proud to tell to each and every parents that we have right now in the senior high school that we have the biggest computer laboratory, and we are a proud member of Acer Academy as a Platinum awardee. So that enabled us also to establish our name, even in the face-to-face going to the pandemic, that we are already equipped with the ICT infrastructures or facilities that our students will be needing for their totality of learning or the holistic development, not only their cognitive skills, but also their life skills through life success. With that also, in the 2016, we got the first batch of senior high school, or what we so called the pioneer batch. And on that pilot year of our senior high school, we were able to send our 1,800 graduates to tertiary education. With that pioneer year, we were able to establish that St. Clair College is also able to present and to provide the senior high school education in the country, or for the graduates of the junior high school. And luckily, until such time today, our enrollment is still growing and our students are still learning, even despite of the pandemic that we have today. Apparently, in the 2018, we also launched the Education 4.0, and that was 2 years prior to the pandemic. On the same year, we established ourselves to become the first wired college in Caloocan, and that comprises 1 gigabit internet connectivity per second. Consequently, in the 2021, in the present time that we are experiencing the pandemic situation, we also launched and opened our very first virtual laboratory. That mentioned virtual laboratory is the ever first virtual laboratory for an academic institution. That laboratory comprises two, yes, you heard it right, 2 units of the Predator Thronus. And just to give you a short trivia about Predator Thronus, this is one of the most advanced computer set, and not only here in the Philippines, but the entire world. And here in the Philippines, we only have 5 units of Predator Thronus, and among those 5, we got the 2 units. Apart from the Predator Tronus that we have in our virtual laboratory, we also utilize the mixed reality. The mixed reality is the most advanced reality set that is a combination of a mix of virtual and augmented reality. So that device will enable our students to still do the activities that are necessary for their program outcomes despite the pandemic, because all of the activities that requires face-to-face interaction will still be possible through the use of that device. And you, senior high school students from grade 11 to grade 12, especially those grade 12 who will be conducting or who will be having their work immersion, you will be experiencing that immersive technology. It is called as immersive technology because you will be able to immerse yourself to the activities that requires face-to-face, but because of the restrictions, just like what I said, you will just be doing it by just wearing that mixed reality. So once the restrictions will not that tight anymore or heightened, you will be able to visit our virtual laboratory and also experience how immersive technology could help us for the learning continuity of our students. On the same year also, we're very proud that we got the 2 dedicated lines. Those dedicated lines of internet connection is like the internet connection being utilized or used in a call center companies. And that is the reason why we were able to do the broadcast type of teaching and learning. And that is something that you are seeing on your screen now, wherein we are able to deliver our ideas, our events, to give you updates through a wider community via online platform. And that is the reason why we became the leading edge in online education system. Because we are guided with the 3 I's principle, the infrastructure, the facilities that we have for us to enable, or the ICT-driven tools that we have in our institution, the infrastructure, the content that we are trying to provide to each and every learners that we have, not only to the learners, but to the entire stakeholders or community of our school. And also our info culture, the way we adapt to the new trend, the way we adapt on how to utilize different technology or ICT-driven devices or tools. As well as we are guided by the UNESCO SDG or Sustainable Development Goals in education. So from very 1986 to the present in the 21st century, we are still able to provide quality, accessible, affordable, and professional development education. Once again, welcome to St. Clair College. Welcome to the leading edge in online education system.
Thank you so much, our Assistant Director for Online Education System, Sir Chami Ortega. Talaga naman pong powerful combination of infrastructure, infoculture, and infrastructure here in St. Clair College to bring you quality online education. Ayan, maraming salamat po. At this point in time, we're down to last but not, especially not the least speaker for today. He is the man of discarded, the man of wisdom. Siguradong i-reserve talaga natin, we reserve the best. We reserve the best for last po. Tawagin na po natin yung nag-iisa nating Dean for Life Skills Program, no other than Dean Henry S. Tiradero.
Hello! Magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat, mga ginigiliw namin magulang at mga guardians ng mga mag-aaral natin sa senior high school. Good afternoon to all of you. We have heard so far excellent speeches from our beloved President, Dr. Claire Adalem, from the team of online education, including our very own Attorney Joy Alarcon, Attorney Pau Adalem, Professor DJ Trami Ortega, and the rest. Our togetherness will soon come to pass. Maya-maya lamang po, tapos ng ating webinar, ang ating pagtitipon. Nakadalo na po kayo. Pero gaya ng sinabi ni Attorney Joy kanina, mahalaga sa amin, ang quality education ay hindi lamang slogan. Hindi lamang nakapaskel sa aming paaralan. Siya po'y matatagpuan sa puso't diwa ng bawat miyembro ng St. Clair community. Nagsisimula po yan sa ating mga Adalem family. Sila Dr. Ray, Dr. J, and very soon, the new generation of the Adalem family. Patuloy na bumababay sa gitna ng ating pandemya. Hindi alintana ang mga hamon ng pandemya, bagkus ginagamit ang pandemya upang inspirasyon at bigyan ng kulay, bigyan ng halaga ang quality education. Sabi nga ng aking yumaong ama nung ako'y bata pa, hindi lahat ng mura ay may halaga. At hindi lahat ng mahalaga ay mura, kumisan siya ay mahal, kumisan siya ay libre. Pero ang tunay na halaga ay yung may halaga. It is not enough that we are still breathing the breath of life, but we indeed breathe life even in the midst of this pandemic. For we are so lucky, my dear parents and guardians, and even our students, that in the midst of all these trials and tribulations, we are still alive today, that the Lord has given us life today to be together, not only to satisfy a requirement, but indeed to give meaning and to give life to what quality education is all about. Quality education is not all about grades. It is not even about memorization. For what you have memorized may not exactly be comprehended by you. Education has taught us all these years to memorize facts, facts that we did memorize, but facts that we do not know how to apply them in real life. St. Clair, we have this what you call vision, mission, core values, and program for development education. Para saan ang isang mission, vision, programs for development, professional development, kung di mo siya bubuhayin, hindi lamang sa kaalaman, kundi sa puso ng bawat mag-aaral. You know, senior high school is very important. Ito yung formative years. I remember very well a very personal experience in my own life. It was in high school when I got kicked out. But I'm so lucky to have great parents who believe that being a kick out, they told me, is only an episode in my life. They kept on telling me, especially my father, never put a period in that particular episode. Ano man ang dinadanas niyo sa buhay ngayon, huwag mo kaagad tuldukan kasi pag tinuldukan mo yan, baka kunin ka na ni Lord. Sayang. Lagyan mo na ng koma. Kasi marami pang mga pagsubok ang darating sa ating buhay. Marami ka na napakinggan. Kung pagkatapos ng ating webinar, may isang bagay kang inuwi sa aral ni Dr. Adalem, sa aral ni Professor Trami, sa aral ni Attorney Paulo, sa aral ni Attorney Joy, sa aral ni Dr. Cathy, sapat na yan. Na pagmuni-munihan mamaya, mag-reflect ka. Magre-reflect tayong lahat. Because hindi kailangan palagi baka puno na ang ating baso. Kapag puno na ang ating kaalaman, wala nang kaalaman ang papasok. Kaya kailangan mo na siyang inumin, kailangan mo na siyang learn, relearn, unlearn. That is the essence of learning. Not to fully satisfy only our cognitive domains, but to satisfy the cognitive, the heart domain, and then the action domain. Because at the end of the day, you've got to walk the talk. Ang dami mong tips na pwedeng tingnan, makikita sa Google, makikita sa Wi-Fi, etc., sa internet. Pero sa dami niya, baka ka ma-overwhelm. Na kapag ikaw ay ma-overwhelm, imbis na may matandaan ka, ay nakalimutan mo na, nag-mental explosion. Sa panahon po ngayon, kailangan balansehin. Anong pabalansehin mo? Kailangan i-integrate mo ang technology literacy, ang data literacy, at higit sa lahat, i-angkla mo sa human literacy. Sa huling banda, ang mahalaga ay kung paano mo isinabuhay ang iyong napag-aralan at pinag-aaralan, hindi lamang sa silid-aralan, kundi sa mga experiences mo sa tunay na buhay. And parents here play a very, very important role. Let me read to you a poem. In 1998, ito po yung unang librong sinulat ko. Patungkol sa iba't ibang learning styles, multiple intelligences ng ating mga kabataan. Ito po yung panahon na nag-decide ako na ayoko na maging negosyante, maghahanap na ako ng ibang career, and lo and behold, dinala ako ng Panginoon sa larangan ng edukasyon. Ngayon po ako pinag-i-enjoy bilang educator. Hindi man ganun kasigla financially compared nung ako'y nasa negosyo. But something that money cannot buy. The kind of fulfillment that money cannot buy. Just like parenting. It's something that money cannot put premium on it. Mahalaga ang pera. Let's be clear about that. But you should not be defined by just having a beautiful house that is never a home, or a very expensive bed but not giving you a sound sleep, nor high grades. they will not define you. What will define you ultimately is the character that you live. Who you are is what you do. Kung sino ka is what you do. Based on what you have learned from the following 5 value determinants. From your parents, from your school, from your religion, from your friends, and from your own life experiences. Paano mo binabaybay ang sitwasyon ngayon? Be happy that we are still alive to chart the next chapter of the generation about to live after us. I am personally happy that God continues to give me life so that I can do webinars, I can continue our advocacy on life skills for life success. Iba na po ang definisyon ngayon ng tagumpay. Dati-rate, kapag mataas ang iyong IQ, magaling ang iyong EQ, tagumpay ka na. Sa panahon ng pandemya, nakita natin ang kahalagahan ng pangatlong factor. IQ, DQ, at DQ. IQ, EQ, at DQ. Ano yung DQ? Diskarte. Ang mga paralan ngayon, ang Sinclair ay dumidiskarte. Naggamitin mabuti ang online learning at distance education. Hindi pwede ang face-to-face. Let's accept it. Embrace it. Pero pwede ang heart-to-heart learning. Kaya nga ngayon, nakikinig kayo, hindi sa ating theater, kundi sa platapormang gamit ang online. Pero sinasabi natin palagi, ang online learning ay high-tech. Higit na mahalaga ay ang ating high-touch. Okay? So, listen to me for a while. This is about the powerful parent. I have come to a frightening conclusion that I am the decisive element in the house. It's my personal approach that creates the climate. It's my daily mood that makes the weather. As a parent, I possess a tremendous power to make my child's life miserable or joyous, where I can be a tool of torture or an instrument of inspiration. I can humiliate or humor, hurt or heal. And in all situations at home, it is my response that will decide whether a crisis will be escalated or de-escalated and my child humanized or dehumanized. We are given a beautiful choice, a beautiful option to be a powerful parent to our kids. God gave us kids for us to bring out the genius in them. Maybe not the usual way, but in ways that are innovative, that are creative, that are more transformative. And that is where we are now. We are using this platform to empower everyone into believing na lahat po tayo ay may taglay na henyo. Na ang katalinuhan ay hindi lamang para doon sa magagaling mag-Ingles o magaling sa matematika. Bawat anak po natin ay may taglay na henyo. Bawat anak mo, hanapin mo ang kanyang klase ng katalinuhan. Meron magaling sa lengguwahe, meron magaling sa musika, may magaling sa sports, may magaling sa pakikisama, merong anak na tahimik pero kapag tinawag mo ay malalim mag-isip. Meron mga mapagmuni-muning mga bata. Yan po ang katalinuhan ng ating mga kabataan. And kapag po nakita nyo ang katalinuhan ng ating mga anak, I tell you, Bill Gates was a dropout of Harvard University. Mark Zuckerberg, who gave us Facebook, was also a dropout of Harvard University. Many people now, lording in the pinnacle of success, were not successful academically. So should we stop learning? Dapat ba ihinto ang karunungan porket nawala ang usual face-to-face? No. Ang nagbago lamang po ang platform. pero ang iyong passion, ang iyong enthusiasm ay naroon pa rin. Nasa magulang, hindi kadahilanan na hindi ka nakapag-aral, na hindi mo nahuhubugin ang buhay ng iyong anak. So what? Marami tayong mga nakapagtapos ng koleyo, nakapag-aral ng MA, meron pang doctoral degree, pero masaya ba ang buhay? Hindi po lahat. Pero meron naman sa panahon ng pandemya, nakita natin yung mga frontliners, yung mga kailangan bumiyahe araw-araw, magtrabaho para buhayin ang kanilang pamilya. Hindi po sila titulado academically, pero sila po'y namamayagpag sa gitna ng pandemya, sumusulong sa mga hamon ng pandemya. Yan ang spirit natin dapat kamtan. Yan ang ating indomitable spirit. Natalo ka na. Yes. But remember, there is gain in pain. There is winning in losing. And there is life after death. Correct? Not only biblical. For whatever you know, I strongly believe, as a matter of personal faith, as a matter of personal pananampalataya, I will never leave God out of the equation for me to fully understand the reason why we have this pandemic. It's not human reasoning. It's not science alone that will make us appreciate that we have last night 17,000 plus, the other night 18,000 plus. It will continue to rise mathematically according to Octo research, but deeply understanding the full essence of why we're still having the pandemic because of us na rin po. Sa pag-aakala natin na tayo ay may-ari ng ating mundong ginagalawan, only to realize na kita po ay steward lamang, na sumobra yata ang ating ambisyon sa buhay, na meron ka ng Toyota, gusto mo pa ng Suzuki, na may Toyota Suzuki ka na, gusto mo pa rin ng Hyundai, na meron ka na magandang bahay, kailangan mo pang bumuli pa ng ibang bahay, etc., etc., etc. Habang ang karamihan ay patuloy na yumayaman, karamihan pa rin sa ating mga kababayan ay patuloy na naghihirap. Sino magsasabing hindi matatalino ang mga Pilipino? One of the best in the world. Sa pag-i-English lang napakagaling. But look at our economy. Look at our educational system. Look at our political system. Reflection, my dear friends. For you to be able to see the wisdom of parenthood, you need time to reflect. You need time to spend moments of silence. You need time to spend minute vacation prayers for understand the fundamental fact that reflection is the mother of wisdom. Reflection is the mother of wisdom. Pwede mong maunawaan ang pandemya from a scientific point of view. Makita na marami pang variants ang darating. But remember this, unless you put spirituality into what is happening, the pandemic will always be there. God has to wake us up for us to know the true meaning of life. What is the true meaning of life? What is the essence of education? To me, the essence of education is the education of the human heart. Kaya ngayon po from 4.0, from technology, bumalik po tayo sa human value-centric industry. Kailangan po bumalik tayo sa basics of life. I-redefine natin ang kahulugan ng buhay bilang mga magulang. Is not only to provide material things. They are essentials in life. But beyond that, is to bring out the best in our children, become transformative parents, because the heart of education really is in the education of the human heart. It's not about grades. It's not about the school alone. Because you can educate your children at home. Wala mang face-to-face learning. Pero meron tayong tinatawag na heart-to-heart learning. Puso sa puso. Mas nauunawaan mo ang ugali ng iyong anak. Mas nakikita mo ang pagkakaiba ng iyong anak na hindi lahat ay natututo sa isang paraan. Meron sila iba't ibang learning styles at meron po sila iba't ibang pamamaraan ng pagtututo. The same manner as the heart of learning is learning always with the heart and mind. It is not only to memorize the three states of matter, solid, liquid, gas, but finding in real life the application of the three state of matters na meron tayong mga solid na mga kababayan na walang pakialam. Maraming mga liquid, paiba-iba ng political party, depende kung magkano, hindi kung ano. Maraming mga gases, mag-aaral dito, doon sa ibang bayan, makikipagtrabaho. So, hanapan mo ng kahulugan. Don't use poverty as the reason for you not to educate your children. Educate them. Make them learned individuals that will be pleasing to the eyes of His Almighty. At the end of the day, leave a legacy. The legacy that you will leave in your family is the kind of life that you lead today. It is not much of giving them the materialities of life, but it is giving them values. Parents, religion, school, friends, and your own life experience. Gamitin mo. The best teacher sometimes or oftentimes is our own experience. Learn to transform. Hindi yan tombstone. Siya ay stepping stone. Hindi yan mess. Meron siyang mensahe. You change your mindset. Make it a powerful, positive mindset. And I will tell you, from a positive mindset, you will now create positive actions, and positive actions will create positive connections in life. That is the essence of our whole afternoon of learning. This morning, we talked to the basic education parents. On Monday, we shall be talking to our tertiary parents. Why do we have to do that? Well, practically you know everything because each and every one of us need time to gas up. We need time to be tuned up because kahit na ganong kabago ang iyong kotse, kahit matagal ka na sa palagay mo, magaling na magulang ka na, hindi question yan. Ang tanong, kahit na bagong kotse yan, kailangan mo pa rin dalhin sa kasa. Kailangan mo pa rin magpalagay ng gas. Kailangan mo pa rin maglagay ng tubig o kailangan mo magpahinga. Kung hindi, sa takbo ng buhay ngayon, bisitahin mo ang iyong cellphone araw-araw. Hindi ba nakakakaba na? Yung taong kausap mo lamang kahapon ay ngayon ay wala na. Yung kaibigan mo na punong-puno ng lakas, punong-puno ng sigla, wala na rin. Una-una lang yan. Kaya maswerte tayo. Ginising pa rin tayo. Maswerte tayo. Hindi naman sa pag-aano, in all modesty. Maswerte po kayo. At ang ating St. Clair College is really concerned about you. Hindi man namin kayo mabigay, sabi nga ni Dr. Attorney Joy kanina, hindi man namin mabigyan kayo ng tablet, hindi man namin kayo mabigyan ng bigas o ilang kaban, pero bibigyan namin kayo ng isang edukasyon na kalidad na hindi naman nakalagay sa aming mga core values, sa aming vision at mission, kundi kalidad na nakatutok at nakapako sa puso ng bawat miyembro ng ating komunidad. Last year, nagtagumpay tayo sa gitna ng pandemya. Ngayon, pandemya pa rin, pinipilit po namin, in all modesty, ginagawa po namin lahat ng paraan para kayo'y makadaupalan, para kayo'y makausap. Bagaman tayo'y virtual, pero andun pa rin ang saya, andun pa rin ang sagana, sapagkat in the ultimate analysis, happiness will mean success. Success does not automatically mean happiness. Kailangan happy ka para tagumpay ka. Maraming tao matagumpay na hindi maligaya. I'm sure may kilala kang tao na ganyan. Marami akong kaibigan na mayayaman, yung mga anak nagpapakamatay. Suicide. Lahat po tayo, sadly, admittedly, ay may kanya-kanyang dinadalang depresyon sa buhay. Sa panahon ngayon, pag wala kang depresyon, ikaw ay abnormal. Iba't ibang level lamang. Kaya itong paraan natin para maibsan, mawala ang ating stress. Magtalakayan tayo, makinig ka, wag mo lang i-memorize, ilagay mo sa puso mo, from your intellect down to your heart. And I tell you, you will grow up and feel so blessed that you're still alive, even in the midst of this pandemic. Maya-maya lang, meron na mananalo ng ating kabuhayan showcase. Munting pasasalamat ang St. Clair sa mananalong yan. Hindi man natin mabigyan lahat, pero sa aking palagay, mas mahal ang mga session na ito. Mas mahal na maramdaman ng iyong anak ang iyong pagmamahal. Hindi sa pamamagitan ng cellphone, ng load, ng bagong damit, kung hindi matanggap maging sino man siya. Ang aking magulang nung ako'y na-kick out, hindi ako kinumpera sa mga kapatid kong matatalino. Palagi lang akong pinalahanan na welcome to the world of life. Yan ang buhay. Huwag mong hayaan ma-define ang iyong kinabukasan base kung ano ang iyong kinalalagyan. Maraming success stories tayong alam na nagsamula sa wala, nagkaroon, nagbago ng values, naging makasarili, nawala lahat. Meron naman na dahil hinubog ng mga magulang, na pariwara, patuloy ang mga problemang dinadala, pero dumating pa rin sa hangganan na binalikan ang pundasyon ng paggabay na magulang, sila ngayon ay magaganda ang buhay. Taniman mo ng magandang asal. Taniman natin ng magandang value ang ating anak. Kita'y aani. Siya man ay magkamali, siya man ay magpariwara. Pero siya ay mabubuhay pa rin ng isang makabuluhang buhay. Huwag natin sayangin ang ating buhay sa mga bagay na walang pakinabang, na walang kahulugan, na walang kabuluhan sa ating buhay. Gamitin natin ang ating katalinuhan upang tayo ay mapasigla ang ating pamilya at ang pamilya niyan ay magpapasigla sa ating mga kamag-anak at ang kamag-anak na yan ay magpapasigla sa buong barangay at ang barangay magpapasigla sa buong siyudad at ang buong siyudad ay magpapasigla sa buong bayan. Maswerte po tayo at hindi natin dinadanas ang dinadanas ngayon ng mga kaibigan natin, mga kapatid natin sa Afghanistan. Maswerte po tayo at hindi issue ang face mask. Sa Amerika, hirap na hirap sila sapagkat human rights daw, civil liberties. Hindi. It's self-care. Self-care is not selfishness. Self-care is self-love. I wear mask because I care for you. I love you. It's not only for my own health. Because ultimately, if I may sound fatalistic, kung sakaling sabihin ni Lord, kung sabihin ng ating Panginoon, you have done your best. Kahit ilan ang gwardya mo, ilang batalyon ang ipaligid mo sa iyo, kapag oras mo na, oras mo na. So, you only live once? No. You only die once. That's why die meaningfully. Die with a pleasant thought that you have done your share on this earth. Remember, we are all sinners. But at some point in your life, you have to stand for something higher than ourselves. And that is our faith. Whether you're Christian, Muslim, Catholic, pare-pareho po yan. Ang mahalaga, andun ang paggalang, andun ang compassion, andun ang humility, andun ang gratitude, andun ang gratefulness. Embrace the gifts. Yakapin ang buong husto ang gifts of imperfection. For that will develop in us the courage to accept our vulnerabilities. Tanggapin mo kung nasaan ka. Pero patuloy ka pa rin mangarap na balang araw mararating ko yan. para pag dumating ka sa lugar na gusto mong marating, hindi ka lang matagumpay, maligaya, at makabuluhan ka pa. The word meaningful is very important today. Every word that comes into my mouth, everything that you say, the powerful parent, that your presence will make or break your child's future. You can humanize or dehumanize. Our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure, and that measure is founded in the light that shines above us. It is not the darkness that envelopes us, because remember, there is faith. Faith shines in darkness, not during the best times. You will never experience faith, but faith will become a reality in your life the moment you start experiencing the crucibles of fire. The funds are low, the debts are high. Kulang ang pera, lumalaki ang utang. Ano ang mensahe niyan? Andun ang pangarap, hindi ka makausad. Sige lang, patience, persistence. These are the values na nawala. Quick fix. Mabilis ang pagyaman, mabilis ang kapag mabilis yan, madaling mawala. So mga kapatid, mga magulang, mga guardians, hindi na po ako magpapatagal. Sa buhay, sometimes, less is even more. Hindi ko na po binasa ang aking hinandang talumpati para sa inyo, sapagkat feeling ko, mas magandang puso sa puso. Hindi natin alam kung hanggang kailan pa tayo magsasama. Baka bukas, yung iba sa atin ay wala na. O wala na ako. Sana wag muna. Pero hanggang buhay ka, ikaw ay may misyon, hindi lamang komisyon. Kaya dapat maging buhay ka na iwang buhay na sila'y mabuhay ng buhay na buhay. Maraming salamat mga buhay na magulang, buhay na guardians. Thank you very much. I love you all. Thank you.
Muli palakpakan po natin ang nag-iisang Dean for Life Skills for Life Success Program Head po, ang ating Dean Henry S. Tinidero. Talaga naman po, no, simula pa po nung Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, hanggang ngayon po Sabado kasama natin si Dean Henry Tinidero. At talaga naman pong very inspirational po ang kanyang mga mensahe sa atin. Kaya naman dahil dyan, sabi po ni Joelita Marimla, I don't know, but when Mr. or Dean Henry Tinidero speaks, I can't help but listen. Ayan. Sabi naman ni Richie Camina, thank you so much, St. Clair College, and Dean Henry, for your kindness. Also, very powerful, inspiring discussion po, Dean Tinidero. Maraming salamat. That is from Leona Neil. Alright, napakarami pa po natin dito. Gaya na lamang po, no? Sabi ni Juanito Danan Jr., truly, we breathe life in the good quality of education during this pandemic at St. Clair College. We learn a lot from this webinar. Thank you all. God bless you more. God bless din po at maraming salamat Mr. Juanito Danan Jr. para po sa napakaganda niyong mensahe sa amin dito sa St. Clair College. Pahabol po na well said, Salute Dean Henry Tenedero. Ayan, mabuhay po kayo din. Sabi po ni Maria Eda Espada. Ano, keep safe po from Jeannie Castro Verde. Again po, maraming salamat po. Pasalamatan din natin ang ating mga speakers po na nakibahagi sa atin mula po kaninang umaga, no? Kaninang umaga po, for everyone's information, nagkaroon po tayo ng orientation webinar para sa mga magulang from Basic Education Department. Ngayon po, nagsimula tayo kaninang 1 p.m. para naman po ito sa Senior High School Department. And on Monday, magkikita-kita po ulit tayo for the Tertiary Department naman po. Ayan. Kaninang umaga, no, namigay na tayo ng unang pangkabuhayan showcase. Again, congratulations po to Ma'am Cherry Opinaldo. Okay. At syempre, hindi naman po tayo, hindi pwedeng magbibigay ng another pangkabuhayan showcase sa ating Senior High School parents naman po. At aside from our pangkabuhayan showcase, lahat po ng ating mga magulang na umattend ng ating webinar ngayon, bilang pasasalamat po ng St. Clair College, lahat po kayo ipadadala natin ng Certificate of Participation na makikita nyo po ngayon sa inyong screen. Ayan, no? Isa po nga, munting pasasalamat po mula sa St. Clair College sa inyo pong sama, no, sa atin na pakikidalo po sa araw na ito. Let me read po, no, inyong certificate na matatanggap. Okay. No, St. Clair College awards this certificate of participation to our parents. Congratulations and thank you po again for his or her active participation in St. Clair College Parents Orientation Webinar and Senior High School Voucher Program Webinar here at St. Clair Online YouTube channel held August 28, 2021. Presented by the Center of Online Education System, St. Clair College of Caloocan, Caloocan City, Metro Manila, Philippines. Signed po yan ng ating Vice President for Administration, Dr. Ernesto G. Adalem. Signed, Vice President for Finance and Registrar, Dr. Ernesto Ray G. Adalem. And syempre po, signed by the President of St. Clair Group of Schools, Dr. Clarita G. Adalem. Again, from the bottom of our hearts, maraming salamat po sa pagbibigay niyo po ng oras ngayon sa amin. It's a weekend po, no? Pero kayo po ay nakatutok mula kanina pa hanggang ngayon po. Salamat po. And also, no, maraming salamat po. From 800, we have now 4,000 subscribers here in our St. Clair Online YouTube channel. Kaya po, patuloy lang po tayo sa pag-like, share, subscribe, and also po, yung click the notification button po para updated kayo, no? Di ba po, syempre tayo mga parents, gusto natin updated tayo sa mga activities, ano ba yung mga program ng ating mga estudyante here in St. Clair College. Kaya naman po, kailangan kayo ay naka-subscribe. Ayan. Before we do the raffle, alam ko pinakahintay nyo ng lahat. Again, enrollment is still ongoing. Please log on to stclaironline.com/IMS. Sa mga naghahanap pa po ng ating section and schedule, ang ating schedule po ay naka-upload din sa ating St. Clair Online facility and website, stclaironline.com/LMS. Doon po ang schedule ng ating mga senior high school students. And also, for other inquiries, you can log on to our Stay Connected online concerts via Zoom. Ang details po niya na yung nakapost sa ating St. Clair College official Facebook account. Okay. It's time, no? Tignan na po natin kung handa. Ready na po ba ang lahat? Okay, ayan, no, titingnan natin, no. Again, reminder lang po, no, para sa fairness and equality po, no, para talaga namang transparent. Ganito po, makinig tayong mabuti. Ano, makinig po tayo mabuti, ha? Meron po tayo sa lahat po ng nag-register. So, kung di po tayo nag-register, hindi po talaga tayo mabubunot, no? Lahat po na nag-register mula po sa link na sinend po natin kahapon, yan po ay gumawa tayo ng electronic wheel or electronic na roleta po kung saan makikita nyo po ngayon sa inyong screen ang ating roleta. Kung sino po ang pangalan na matapatan na isa po ang panalo, again, ng ating pangkabuhayan showcase. Tapos po, tatawagan namin kayo. Ayan, no? Importante siyempre na kayo ay nanonood pa rin hanggang ngayon. So, once na nabunot po ang inyong pangalan, kailangan po kayo ay nanonood. Ayan. Tingnan po natin, ha? Okay, kailangan po kayo, again ha, reminder na nanonood, at nang nabunot ang pangalan, tatawagan ko kayo. Kung hindi po natin ma-reach ang number, we will call you thrice, no? 3 beses. Kung hindi po natin ma-reach, we will choose another winner. Kaya dapat po, kasama ng mga magulang ang kanilang anak, let's all spin the wheel, ha? Wait lang po. Titingnan natin kung ready na. Okay. Again, maraming salamat po sa ating lahat ng speakers. Simula kaninang umaga, unang-una na po dyan, ang ating President Dr. Claire Adalem. Kasama na rin po natin dyan si Dean Henry Tenedero. Maraming salamat po, no? To our Dr. Catherine Pagulayan, to Attorney Petronilio Alarcon, to Sir Chami Ortega. Kasama rin po natin siyempre kanina na napaka-importanting information to Attorney J. Paulo Adalem. Sa lahat po na nagsalita. Also, no, to our principal from Basic Education Department, Ma'am Maria Cristina Bergado, and most especially to our principal in the Senior High School Department, Miss Maria Rebecca Palad. Ayan. Kung ready na po tayong lahat, okay, tanungin po natin ang ating St. Clair Online Education System team kung ready na. Okay, ready na ba kayo? Tingnan natin, ha. Okay. Okay, ayan po, ha. Alright, again, ha. Tingnan natin sa mga comment box. Ready na ba kayo? Can we get hearts po, no? Okay. Kanina pa to, babasahin na natin. Ayan. Oo nga pala, sabi ko, babasahin ko to. Babatiin ko to. Yan, o, kanina pa sa dating chat box. Saan na ba yun? Okay. Ayan. Nawala na sa... Nakakatuwa kasi ang dami niya mga chat kanina na ang pogi-pogi niya daw pabati daw. Ayan, o, sige. Dahil dyan mamaya na kita babatiin at alam ko ang ating mga magulang ay ready na yan. Sabi ni Ma'am Jane Bigtas, ready na po kami, sir. Sabi ni Neri Perez, ready na po. Ayan, Miss Cristania Tamorong, ready na. Okay. Dahil ready na po ang ating mga magulang at mahalang estudyante, Director Ma'am Joy Naturales, let's spin the wheel. Ayan na. Makikita po sa ating screen na kung sino po ang winner. Ayan, medyo delayed po sa akin dito, no? Pakicheck, no? Nandito po. Okay, medyo mahaba po pala ang ating pag-ikot ng ating roleta ngayon. Spin the wheel. Sino pa kaya? Ayan. Bibigay po sa atin ang pangalan, no? Alright, congratulations po. Again, tatawagan po namin si Ma'am Rebecca Cuenca Javier. Tama? Okay, alright. O, nandyan na po. Nag-comment na po si Ma'am. Ayan, no? Okay, again, Miss Rebecca Cuenca Javier. Mag-comment po kayo sa ating chat box at tatawagan namin po kayo, okay? Sir Trami po, nakukunin ni Sir Trami yung number. Tarayin po natin tatawagan si Ma'am. Okay, ayan po, ha? Ulitin natin, ha? Okay, tinutin natin 0... Ayan, bibigay po sa atin ni Sir Chami. No? Again, thank you so much, Sir Chami. Ayan, yung number po ng ating tatawagan. Okay? I-verify lang po natin, ha? To make sure po yung tayo ay transparent at fair po sa ating raffle. Ayan. We will call you. Okay. Ayan, naka-airplane mode pala ako. Ulitin natin. Okay. Okay, ayan. Okay, tatawagan namin, ha? Dapat po, kayo ay sumagot, ha? Kundi po tayo ay pipili ng panibagong winner. Mag-comment po, ma'am, ha? Hinihintay din po namin ang comment ni Ma'am Rebecca Rebecca Cuenca Javier. Ayan, nagre-ring po. Nagre-ring po ang kanyang numero. Hello, good afternoon po. Hello, good afternoon po. Ito po ba si Ma'am, hello po, ito po ba si Ma'am Rebecca Cuenca Javier? Opo, kasalukuyan po ba kayo nanonood sa ating live broadcast, ma'am? Nandiyan po tayo sa live. Hello, ma'am. Opo, yes ma'am. Si Sir Adi po ito, Teacher DJ Adi from St. Clair. Nanonood po kayo ngayon, ma'am?
Hello po?
Ma'am, opo, kayo po ba ay nakasubaybay sa ating live ngayon? Hello po. Hello, ma'am? Ayan, hindi na po nasa. Hello, ma'am? Hello po, Ma'am Rebecca Javier. Hello, ma'am. Pwede po kayo mag-comment doon sa ating comment section. Ayan, tingnan natin. Ma'am, may isang katanungan lang po ako. Sino yung ating last speaker kanina? Sino po yung huling nagsalita kanina, ma'am? To verify lang po, kailangan mo nakatuto at nakasubaybay. Well, hello, ma'am. Ma'am, bigyan ko po kayo ng 10 seconds ha, para po tayo ay mag-comment sa ating comment section ha. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Hello, ma'am. 4, 3, 2, 1. Wala pong comment sa comment section, ma'am. At sino po yung huling speaker natin kanina? Yung pangalan po. Ay, wala na, ma'am. Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. Good luck po. Better luck next time po. So, dahil po dyan, nag-comment po. Dapat yung parent Dapat magulang. Dapat po, parent, Parent po. Verify lang natin. Mama, verify lang po natin. Okay. Ayan, ma'am. Okay. Sige, tanungin po natin. Ma'am, tawagan ko po ulit kaya titinan po natin kung ano po magiging decision ng ating board. Kasi po, ma'am, tawag po ulit ako mamaya Ayan. Papaliwanag ko lang po, sabi po natin, kailangan po tayo ay nakasubaybay, di ba? Sabi po natin kanina yan, nung start pala, simula pala ng programa natin, sabi natin kayo ay dapat na nanonood at nakasubaybay. Ayan inulit-ulit natin yan kanina. To be fair dapat kayo ay nag-register, nakasubscribe sa ating St. Clair Online YouTube channel at nanonood, Kanina po, binigyan natin si ma'am ng 10 seconds po, kaya lang wala pong nakapag-comment. Ayan, pasensya na po, mama. Pero don't worry, makakatanggap po kayo ng Certificate of Participation at maraming salamat po ulit. So, should we ask, ma'am, our directors po, should we choose another winner?
Bigyan ng
Sa ating winner.
ng Starbucks ka mo.
Alright. Okay. Hindi po nakasagot kanina si ma'am, pero po, bibigyan natin siya ng consolation prize dahil sa pag-register po sa araw na ito. Bibigyan po natin siya ng consolation prize, the Starbucks gift certificate. Ayan. Congratulations pa rin po, ma'am. Andrea Javier, yung anak niya, Ma'am Rebecca Javier. Congratulations po. Bibigyan po natin kayo ng consolation prize. Ayan, so mamimili po tayo ng another winner. Okay, may mga nagko-comment na po dyan, Again, sabi po natin, kailangan ay magulang. May nag-comment po, pwede bang anak na lang, kailangan po magulang. Kasi po ito ay Parents Orientation Webinar. Ayan, para clear po tayo, Okay. So sabi po, wala daw comment. Ayan po. Chill lang sa ating mga mahal na magulang dahil decision po ng ating board. Namimili po tayo ng winner po. Okay? Ayan. Okay? Alright. Makikita na po natin ang wheel, ang ating St. Clair Online wheel sa ating mga screen. Mamimili po tayo ng ating pangkabuhayan showcase. Umiikot na po ang ating wheel. Alright. Okay, nakikita na po natin, Okay, ayan. Sino po kaya? Yes, pwede yung guardian. Sinama natin yung pangalan ng mother, father, at guardian. Ayan. Kung kayo po ay nag-register, makikita natin na may option na guardian. Okay. Ang next po na ating nabunot ng ating wheel ay si Miss Giselle Palomo. Tama po, Giselle Palomo. Ayan, Ma'am Giselle Palomo, please mag-comment po kayo sa ating comment box or comment section below para malaman po namin kung nandyan po kayo. We will give you po 10 seconds to comment. Then tatawag po kami after. 10 seconds po, Miss Giselle Palomo. Again, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright, wala pong comment. Oh, mama, isa pa, last chance na to. Last 5 seconds po. Miss Giselle Palomo. Tawag, 5. Giselle Palopo. Iba po yung pangalan niyo sa ano, ma'am. Tawagin natin, ma'am. Hingi po na yung number. May nag-comment po dito na Giselle Palopo. Pero ang nakalagay po, nag-comment po na Giselle Palopo po yung YouTube account niyo, ma'am. Okay, tawagan po natin. Ma'am, nakalagay po dito ang winner natin ay Giselle Palomo. Verify lang po natin, ma'am. Kasi po ang lumabas sa wheel ay Giselle Palomo. Pero, ma'am, ano po ang inyong buong pangalan? Pakichat po sa chat box. To make sure po na tayo ay fair, ha? Ayan po, live po natin ginagawa ang ating raffle. Try din po nating tawagan. Okay, tatawagan po namin kayo mga ngayon. Okay, ayan. Nag-chat na po sa chat box, pero yung ano po. Okay, 09. May nag-comment po dito. Thank you, Sir Chami. Nag-comment po. Nasaan na po yun? Okay, tawagan na po natin, ha? Hello po, magandang nga po. This is Teacher DJ Adi po. Is this the number of Miss Giselle Palomo? Kasama niyo po si Ma'am Giselle Palomo, sir? Okay, okay, very good. Okay, speaker po namin kayo, sir, ha? Para po marinig po ng ating mga audience today. Good afternoon, sir. I'm sorry, I wasn't able to get your name. Ano po ang pangalan ni sir?
Ano po ito, Mr. Albi Palomo po.
Albi Palomo. Sir, pwede ko po bang makausap ang inyong wife na si Ma'am Giselle Palomo?
Ako po, nandito po siya.
Salamat po.
Hello po, sino po sila?
Hello po, good afternoon po. I am Teacher DJ Adi. Nakatutok po kayong mamayon sa live natin sa St. Clair Online.
Opo. Ano po kung wala yung signal?
Ay, hello ma'am. Narinig niyo po ako?
Apo.
Ayan, opo. Again, ma'am, kayo po ay nakatutok sa ating St. Clair Online Seminar po, no? Sa ating mga senior high school. Sino po ang pinaka-paborito niyong speaker kanina? Sa ating webinar.
Umaalala yung pangalan eh.
Ayan. Okay. Natutok po. Ma'am, tanong ko pa, sino po ang inyong, ano po pala ng inyong estudyante or anak dito sa St. Clair College?
Asian Nicole Palom.
So, anong grade na po siya, ma'am? Iba yun ng chat-chat. Okay, iba pa yun.
Pangalan to, Attorney Paulo Adalem.
Si Attorney Paulo Adalem po ang favorite speaker ni Ma'am Giselle Palomo for today. Thank you so much po. Ayan, no? Let's double check lang po, ma'am, ha? Ano pong grade ulit yung pangalan ng anak, ma'am? Sorry po.
Grade 11 po.
Grade 11. Again, the name is?
Asian Nicole C. Palom.
Okay, Hazel Nicole Palomo. Ayan. Verified and approved by our Director for the Center of Online Education System. Congratulations po, Ma'am Giselle C. Palomo. You just won a Pangkabuhayan Showcase courtesy of St. Clair College.
Panaga po.
Opo, Pangkabuhayan Showcase po. Para po sa inyo, regalo po yan. Giselle C. Palomo.
Salamat na magandang balita po ito.
Ayan, maraming salamat din po. Ma'am, meron po ba kayong mensahe po sa ating mga tagapamuno ng St. Clair College?
Siyempre po, sana po patuloy ko po kayong tumulong sa mga estudyante at maging kaagapay sa pag-aaral para sa kinabukasan ng mga bata at pag-buhay po lahat ng mga kaguruan sa St. Clair. Ingat po kayo lahat. Alma mater po pala ito ng aking asawa po sa college.
Ay, ang galing. Alam mo, Matt, dito pa gumraduate ang inyong asawa sa St. Clair College.
Graduate ng education po.
Ayan. Okay, ayan. Congratulations po ulit, Ma'am Giselle C. Palomo. Maraming salamat po, no? Yung ano po, yung husband po ni Ma'am Giselle dito po gumraduate St. Clair College. Salamat po sa patuloy na pagtitiwala sa aming mahal na paaralan. Maya-maya lamang po ikakontakin ko kayo after the program, ma'am, to explain to you the details on how you can claim the prize po. Okay? Congratulations po again, ma'am. I'm sorry, ma'am.
Kamusta po kay Ma'am Clarita Adalin?
Ayan.
Regards daw po.
Okay, regards daw po. At kamusta daw po to Dr. Claire Adale? Mukala po yan sa graduate natin ng St. Clair College. Again, thank you so much, Ma'am Giselle C. Palomo. You're welcome po at salamat din po, ma'am. Ayan, palakpakan naman po natin. Congratulations, no? To Ma'am Giselle C. Palomo. Grade 11 po, na tama, grade 11 yung kanyang anak, no? So, ibig sabihin, no, dito na pa rin pinagkatiwala po ang kanyang anak sa ating St. Clair College. Sa mga hindi po sinuwerte today, wag po kayo mabahala dahil maraming pa po tayong regalo dito sa St. Clair College. Again, lahat po, no, may nagtanong kanina sa chat box, I would like to answer. Lahat po ng ating mga parents na nag-register sa ating link ay makakatanggap po kayo ng Certificate of Participation bilang munting pasasalamat po mula sa St. Clair College. Ayan o, ayan po, alas 5 na po ng hapon at alam ko nga medyo gusto na pong magmerienda at baka may mga lakad po kayo. Kaya hindi na natin patatagalin pa. In behalf of St. Clair College Center for Online Education System, Sir Chami Ortega and our Director, Ma'am Joy Naturales, this is your teacher, DJ Adi, mula po sa aming puso, mula sa St. Clair College. Maraming salamat. Mabuhay po tayong lahat. Stay safe, stay home, and God bless.
Just one voice we raise your name, oh hail our dear St. Clair. Inspired by your dreams and aspirations and goals for all humanity, we lift our voices, raise your banner, proclaim your cause on high. For your achievements and goals are a light to our path, the soul of all wisdom, and you're a model to us, those in need of your light, the hand the master's touch. Hope of the future lies in our hand, to greet tomorrow's dream. We just one voice, we raise your name, oh hail our dear St. Clair. Inspired by your dreams and aspirations and goals for all humanity, we lift our voices, praise your banner, proclaim your cause on high. For your achievements and goals are a light to our path, the soul of all wisdom, and you're a martyr to us, those in need